right for everyone? That's a yes? Oh, I didn't see a... Yeah, there's no signal. Okay. Yeah, I see. Yeah. I think they're getting set up. Good morning, everyone. Ease into the day here. Let me know, interpreters, when you're ready, good to go. Okay, fantastic. Is interpretation coming through all right for everyone? Okay, thumbs up, I saw. Okay. Great. Super. All right, day 2, here we are. Welcome back. It's lovely to be here with you all again. Thanks for joining us and everyone else here. Gosh, everything feels a little calmer on day 2. I hope you feel that way too. At least for us, we're just running around on day 1. Today it's a little more settled. We've got some big blocks of things together. Some big group work sections where you'll be moving from group to group, hearing from a number of outside folks, visitors, and doing more work together. We've got a few just notes for the morning. We like to respond to feedback, tell you what we're going to do based on your feedback that you've given us. Thank you so much for all the feedback that everyone's given us, either at the end of the day or during the day. Please continue to tell us how we can do this as well as possible for you. And Justin's got some notes about that. I've got a couple of other notes first. During the day, in your small groups, you have been putting sticky notes on the page, on the sheet, at your tables in those 4 different categories. Well, today, those are going to get transferred to the wall here. You can see there's sort of those 4 same categories up here. Now, it's possible those probably will get spread out at some point. If you would help us and place stickies on this wall directly throughout the day, if you want. If you've made notes and you happen to bring them back in here, place them up there. You can still place them on your small group tables, but that's where they'll eventually go. So we'll be transferring them up there throughout the day, and you're welcome to add to that list, add to those lists. The second thing that I wanted to mention is that today, as I said, there will be quite a bit of small group time with outside visitors. And they're going to be a little bit bigger groups, though, up to 8 people in a group. So that will make your moderator's job just that much more difficult. And this is really a point where if everyone can help to share airtime, I saw step up and step back on your list of group agreements, this is the time to make that happen, because it's very difficult in a group as a moderator, even a very talented moderator, to help make that happen without making people feel bad. So also give them a little grace. If they step in and are like, can I pause you right there? That's just because they're trying to open up the floor and in a very limited amount of time to have everybody have the opportunity to ask a question. So I just wanted to prep for that so that it doesn't seem like they're just being rude. And the third thing I was going to mention is I think some folks yesterday took home the little interpretation receivers. If that's true, no worries. Just please bring those back. They're surprisingly expensive, so please bring them back, and we'll put them back into circulation. If you did take them home, that means the batteries didn't get changed. So see Hannah, who is at the check-in table, who is our battery wizard, and we'll find you new batteries for those. And I think that's my items.
Great. Thanks, Lynn. Just a reminder, Lynn doesn't have his lanyard on, but this is Lynn. Hello, everyone. And I'm Justin, as a reminder. Okay, one of the things that I wanted to go really briefly before turning things over to Michael from the Possibility Lab is, can you guys hear me okay? I was trying to watch the volume. This is one of the things that we got in the feedback was the volume in here when people are on the mic can be kind of intense, especially for those of you who are like right up by the speakers. So we're trying to be aware of that and not sort of like just really boom into your ears, but want to make sure everybody can hear us. One of the other, there was an example. Okay. One of the other bits of feedback that we got was folks felt a little cramped, and we saw that. We could see, like we kind of crammed you guys in on the tables. So we were able to add some space to the plenary tables in here and spread folks out a little bit. In addition to shuffling everybody, we added a little bit more space. So we appreciate that feedback. Hope you've got a little bit more space. I know it's still, you're still pretty tight, but we're doing what we can. We'll give you some chances to maybe stand up and move your body around a little bit, shake it out. One of the other things is folks ask for more water. There are more waters. There's often bottled water in the fridge in the kitchen. That fridge is ours this weekend, the Civic Assemblies. So if you see water bottles in there, grab them. They're yours to take if you'd like. And we're bringing more water. Also, there was a request for coffee in the afternoon, which very relatable. I agree. Coffee in the afternoon would have been great. We are working on that. We're probably going to be able to do it. So maybe from one of the places downstairs. So, okay, shout out to the coffee. We also heard a little bit about having some more clear directions when moving between rooms or going into your groups. We heard you. That's a great note and great feedback. We're going to try and make that a lot more clear. We're even going to do a thing like, hey, group one is going with this moderator, and the moderator is going to stand up, and we're going to wave, have a little number, and remember, you're going with this person. Right, so try and make a lot more clear for y'all because it can be a lot to remember. We also heard a little bit of feedback about time management, so we're going to try and stay on task and on time this morning. We actually started on time because we didn't have tech problems today like we did yesterday. We had some trouble with the audio in the room yesterday, and Phil is crushing it so far this morning. Thank you, Phil. Shouts to Phil. Woo! And you guys aren't seeing this necessarily because you're in the room, but there is a video live stream, and the live stream is apparently, knock on wood, seems to be working really well. There were people watching the live stream yesterday and kind of keeping tabs on how things are going, because they're excited about the work that you guys are doing here. So that's great. And with that, I am going to turn things over. Oh, wait, one more. Oh, yes, yeah. Oh, that's right. Okay, so
you reminded me from the group clarification. Another thing we're going to do to make it clear today, because it's a little confusing. You'll be in two different groups during the day. Before lunch, I'm going to hand out these Post-it notes here in the morning, and you'll each get one of these. The top number is the group number you'll be in before lunch, and the bottom number is the group number you'll be in after lunch, because they're slightly different sizes. So some of you will be in the same group number, some of you will be in a different group number, so just hold on to this.
Very cool. Okay. And you explained the sticky notes, right? Again, sorry, the other sticky, nah, that's fine, yeah, okay, right. Great, okay, now we're gonna turn it over to Michael from the Possibility Lab to talk a little bit more about some of the research that they've done. I know you guys are hungry for more information and like getting to the bottom of like why, like some of the details of this topic, and Michael's gonna help with that.
Thanks, Justin. Good morning, everyone. It's really good to see you all again today. All right. Oh, yeah. All right, we'll see if I can manage this clicker today, a little bit better than yesterday. We got through a good chunk of the presentation that we had prepared yesterday, but not all of it. So we adjusted our agenda slightly to return to the topic of commercial retail vacancy, to do a little bit of a deeper dive since we didn't get as far into it yesterday. My apologies for making you all listen to me while still getting caffeinated. I'll be right there with you. So we're going to pick it up where we left off, which was with some examples of initiatives that folks are working on around vacant lots. And then we're going to transition to retail vacancy. Did want to highlight that there's work going on this issue. There are examples of government initiatives to address lot vacancy, community initiatives. We're going to start with a couple of examples of government initiatives. And we're going to start with the city. So we talked about the vacant property tax a bit yesterday. Just as a quick refresher, this is the tax that was instituted by voters in Oakland. Oh, is that better? Apologies. This tax was instituted by voters via a ballot initiative in 2018. It was called Measure W. That tax now collects $3,000 or $6,000, so a flat rate, but it varies depending on the type of property or the type of unit for properties that are being in use less than 50 days a year. And the idea here is to incentivize or to, a little slap on the wrist for folks who are not developing their vacant property with this additional tax. There's also been work in the city to figure out how to get owners of property, of vacant lots, to lease that property to folks who could use it for housing in the form of RVs, tiny homes, and other more temporary or mobile shelters. So there was an effort to make it a very low cost for folks to get a permit in order to lease that space out a few years ago. That pilot program didn't get a lot of applicants from property owners, but it did lead to the city changing their permitting regulations to make it easier for folks to do that. One other major initiative we wanted to call out when it comes to vacant lots, these are all city initiatives, is a recent grant that the city got to address illegal dumping across the city. This is the Crankstart Foundation grant. It's a $9.2 million grant. It supports both the direct work that the Oakland Public Works Department is doing to clean up illegal dumping. It also provides money to increase surveillance through cameras at illegal dumping sites, as well as investigations, public education, and programming. There's also work being done at the county. The SHIFT initiative is partnering with small and emerging developers to construct quick-build affordable housing on small properties. One that's been in the news a lot recently is the Chapter 8 tax defaulted property sales. Thanks, Duncan. This is a way that the county, when a property owner has defaulted on their taxes for a long time, the county can put that, after a certain number of years, 5 years in Alameda County, they can put that property up for sale in order to try to recoup the taxes that they didn't get from that property owner from the sale itself, and to transfer that property. But there have been regulations about how much they have to get from that sale in order to transfer it. That in the standard, what they call Chapter 7 tax sale. Chapter 8 tax sales allows them to transfer it for almost no cost. So the new owner doesn't have to pay very much. You'll be hearing and talking to Dr. Carolyn Johnson later today, whose organization, the Black Cultural Zone, recently acquired a property for $10 through the Chapter 8 program because they're a nonprofit affordable housing developer that was given that ability to purchase that property at low cost. There are also some smaller initiatives that are doing things like helping urban farming initiatives access vacant land. For example, the conservation program being run at the county. But there are also a lot of community-led initiatives to activate, transform, and use vacant land going on in our community right now. There are urban farming initiatives. You'll hear from someone who's doing that work later today. folks who have been creating pollinator gardens at sites around freeway overpasses in partnership with Caltrans, but have really been community-led initiatives, community-led planning and cleanup efforts. We've talked about some examples of transfers and conversions for housing. There are a lot of different initiatives. You'll hear from Dr. Carolyn Johnson, as I mentioned, and a few other folks who are working on this all across the city. So that caps off our vacant lot section. I am going to move us to the commercial space section to really be able to dive into that. Because as we talked about yesterday, we're really talking about two distinct things when we're talking about vacant lots, regardless of the zoning type, if you remember that terminology we were using yesterday, and vacant commercial spaces or retail spaces, which are usually those spaces in existing buildings that are empty, storefronts, and big box stores, being the two most common examples. So these are, again, places where members of the public, customers, can come and go and purchase things, usually goods or services, in those spaces. And they're in that way different from office spaces, the other major type of commercial space. I want to just do a quick activity here. Who can think of a vacant storefront in their neighborhood? Yeah, let's get just show of hands. Seeing almost everyone. Has anyone lost a particularly, notable store or space recently that they're like feeling? Do you want to call it out?
Red Bay Coffee Roasters, which was, I think their like main cafe or their roastery was right on this corner. Yeah, the dude who owns it, or I believe he's done a lot of really incredible like labor community stuff. But anyway, yeah, it's sad that they closed.
Yeah, thanks, Esther. Yeah, David?
Over by the Grand Lake Theater area, or Grand Lake area, I guess in the Piedmont. I don't really know the area names too well, but we had a Gap store close, we had a Starbucks close down, and a Chevron gas station closed down all within a year. So
A Gap, a Starbucks, and a gas station?
yeah,
all
all
up in
within
the
a year.
Lakeshore area?
Yeah.
Yeah. And all, at least the Gap was relatively recently, right? Any other notable ones that, folks were particularly sad about? Go Jack and then Luis.
Yeah, for me, it's not any recent notable stores, but in my lifetime, where I live in the 73rd area, Coliseum area, Walmart left. That storefront is still empty. And then there was also a Pack and Save grocery store nearby, and that storefront is still technically empty. So, yeah, those two big stores.
Really big stores. And I think those would probably fall under the big box store category. So helpful to get some examples of both the small storefronts, brick and mortars, as well as the really big commercial spaces that take up a lot of space and then therefore large vacant spaces. Thanks, Luis. Yeah, Jack.
North Oakland Temescal Market. It was on Telegraph, right across from the new Whole Foods that got built at 52nd and Telegraph. And it was a sweet little family-run grocery store. Was there for as long as I've lived here, about 13 years, and it's now gonzo.
Sorry to hear that. Yeah, Marty?
We lost a whole bunch of the Starbucks in Oakland, and a McDonald's in my neighborhood, and a greengrocer in the neighborhood.
Oh, well.
In Chinatown.
In Chinatown. So a lot of different examples of types of stores, small businesses, larger businesses, storefronts, big box stores that have been closing in Oakland recently. And these can have a big impact on both, folks in the neighborhood who relied on those spaces, as well as the owners, as well as the general, right, as we were talking about yesterday, the feel of the neighborhood when a place like this closes and we lose something that was so central to our lives and our routines. So I'm going to move us to thinking about something similar to what we were talking about with vacant lots yesterday, which is common stories of how or why a storefront might be or remain vacant. We have the kind of supply and demand story. The idea that when a storefront is vacant, the owner of the property, because most of these are rentals, right? The owners, the small business owners, the owners of the commercial retail business are renting the space from a building owner. The building owner wants to sell it, but there isn't a small business that wants to run their business in that building. So there's what we call low demand. There are not that many folks who want to rent the space. So the owner is having trouble renting it, which is a little bit different than the story where the building owner keeps the storefront empty while holding out for a higher paying tenant. Maybe they raise the rent. Or they actually just don't want to rent it out and they want to hold that space and keep it empty. One thing to note is that in California, there's a proposition that was passed many, many years ago that makes it so that property taxes don't rise as high as they ordinarily would to keep up with the increasing value of the property. So there's a cap on property taxes through Proposition 13, which makes it a little bit lower cost for folks to hold on to property that's still gaining in value, while the cost that they're paying in the form of taxes isn't rising as highly. And then we have these situations that we talked a little bit yesterday, similar to the vacant lot story of stuck storefronts that may not have the owner may not have the funds or the ability to prepare a building for occupancy for some reason. And usually there we're looking at having to figure out how to either get those funds into the space in some way. This could be a grant program or some way to transfer ownership of the building. I'm going to skip a few slides down to the next one, just to talk about some numbers here. So there aren't great statistics or data on commercial vacancy easily publicly available. So one of the things that we rely on are what they call market reports. So these companies do their own research and they put out reports on vacancy rates in different cities, different regions, even different neighborhoods. And you'll see a couple of statistics here about a couple of example neighborhoods in Oakland. You'll see that there was a recent report from 2025 where they talked about Rockridge and Temescal as having a particularly low vacancy rate, about 3%. So 97% of the retail spaces in that area were occupied. They flagged that downtown had a particularly high vacancy rate, about 6%, or 94% occupied. You might think 94%, that's not that bad. Like we're still in the 90s here, that's pretty high. But folks who follow this and put out these reports think that a few percentage points different can make a huge difference. And they'll talk about these as real problem areas if it's dropping below something like 96, 95%. We're going to hear from some city folks today who will hopefully be able to bring some additional data to this attempt to understand what does commercial retail vacancy look like in the city. And in the meantime, I want to flag a few things that have been going on in Oakland to address this. We have a few neighborhood or commercial corridor specific initiatives across the city to try to help folks in particular areas address this problem and develop the small business or just business base in that area over time. So the city has been working on a downtown Oakland specific plan to help businesses, and particularly small businesses, move into downtown and stay in downtown. This includes a pop-up registry, so a kind of coordinated system to help folks use open spaces on a short-term basis as pop-ups, making it easier for folks to use these spaces on a short-term basis. You might not, this was news to me, that in Jack London Square, a lot of the property is owned by the port, and the port had very specific regulations about what it could lease property for. So in Jack London Square, where the Port of Oakland owns a lot of property, there was a lot of vacancy, in part because there weren't that many things the port could lease the space out for. So one thing that was actually done at the state level was to pass a bill at the state level to specifically allow the port and Jack London Square lease space for some ordinary uses, like some of the retail, small business examples that we've been talking about today, that certain spaces weren't allowed to be used for previously. And then there are other initiatives to help folks, particularly historically disinvested neighborhoods and communities facing barriers to capital, access funds. One example is the East Bay Community Foundation effort to create a small business resiliency fund. There are also, in partnership with the city, business improvement districts, which are kind of like membership groups for small businesses in different areas where they pay dues to the city, and then the city helps them with additional services and support. And there are many other examples of ways in which folks and the community are helping each other make sure that we can have the things that we need and use the spaces that we have for our communities and help small business owners make use of these spaces and make a living. You'll be hearing from some other folks this afternoon and this morning who will be speaking to some of their experiences working on that. Okay, so I'm excited to say that we have another city staff member who's going to be giving a presentation from the Planning and Building Department. Thanks for bearing with me this morning, and looking forward to continuing the conversation with you all.
Thank you, Michael. So we have, is it Ed Manas? Is that right? Yeah, Manassi. Yeah, from the city of Oakland here. We got about 10 minutes or so for you, Ed. We know you don't have any slides or any kind of presentation like that, but if you have a few opening remarks, we got, and then we can open it up to questions after that. So just a heads up to my timekeeper, about 10 minutes total for this segment. Okay.
I'll stand. Hi, everybody. I'm Ed Manassi. I'm the Deputy Director of Planning for the city. Been with the city for almost 25 years. And I just want to briefly tell you how things get reviewed and approved for vacant building spaces and vacant lots. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay, no problem. All right. So in the planning department, first of all, every kind of use you can imagine, be it a retail store or a residential building, fits into a particular land use category that's adopted into the zoning code, and that's adopted by city council. So we work under regulations adopted in a public process, and those are also applied parcel by parcel through what's called a zoning map. So a particular property has a zoning designation that has rules specific to that property, talking about how high a building can be, or what kind of uses are allowed, and all that kind of thing. So when someone wants to build something or occupy a space, they come down to the planning department, we look at their property, the regulations that apply, and we determine whether something is allowed or prohibited, or somewhere in between, which means that it could be allowed, but we need additional review and study and public process that goes along with it. That's the process, and if this group proposes things that are not allowed now, we'll have to go through a similar process of, going to our planning commission, our council, and amending the rules that apply. And so that's really important to consider, is that, out of this process, it may result in something where we take a public process and change the rules that apply to properties in a particular area or citywide. So I think that's really just wanted to first kind of lay the groundworks of how things get approved, and be here as a resource for any questions and ideas you may have, starting now if you like.
And just a reminder, as you have questions, folks have questions for Ed, if you could stand your table tent up on its side, and then Avery will get your place in the question stack here, and then Ed can answer any questions that you have. So, and we'll hear from another couple of folks from the city this afternoon as well, but we've got Ed here for a few more minutes as questions come up. This could also be a good time if you had questions that you generated during the question generation segment that we did yesterday. Oh, there is a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see that. The corner of the stack here. Seth, you have a question.
Is this thing working? Okay. Primarily, I think my initial question would be, given all these different things that you've said about the zoning process, in your personal opinion, what would you say is the biggest obstacle to access when it comes to a lot of these small businesses that are already struggling?
Well, that's a loaded question. There's no one answer to it. There's many different factors, as I think you probably have highlighted in some of the, there's many factors other than someone has the desire to do something and we get the opportunity to say yes or no. They also have to talk to a bank. They also have to talk to that landlord. They have to figure out if the rent works out for them, how much improvements are required, if it's an existing building, and whether they can afford that initial upfront costs. If it's a vacant lot, you're talking about major ground-up improvements that involve a lot of mandatory requirements, not just from planning, but also from building and other departments. This utility hookups are very expensive. There's lots of different things that go into activating the property. It really depends on what you want to do with it. There's some things that have a relatively low impact and therefore low upfront costs that are maybe potentially more accessible, that don't involve permanent structure or too many improvements itself. They can reuse what's there, either on the vacant lot or in the building itself.
Good morning. I was wondering, how can your department make it more accessible for lots to be used for unhoused communities to actually live on that parcel of land while we're waiting for developers to develop there?
Another complicated question, but a worthy one. That we'd have to first look to see what our regulations allow. Is the city regulation standing in the way of that effort? Would the parcel require new utility hookups in order to accommodate that use, even on a temporary basis, and who would bear that cost? The landlord, of course, the owner would have to be willing. So there's many different factors, but we can take them all on during this process. Yeah.
I lived in a property which was purchased by a Chinese shell corporation. They own multiple properties across the city of Oakland. It was just an apartment And I mean, I learned this because the manager was talkative. It looks like the parcel tax isn't working very well, like actually, you know, to incentivize the renting or the purchase or selling of vacant properties. This company was an example. I think they could just absorb the tax and hold on to these properties. What are you guys doing to manage like bigger companies who own a lot of Oakland, whether they be local or international in this case? And is there any response back around that parcel tax and how it's actually, if it's being effective or not? My guess is we're here, so it's not effective. But
Yeah, well,
I would like a city response from that.
sure,
you know?
sure. Well, the Planning Bureau does not implement or administer that tax, but we often people come to us and say, listen, I want to do something with my property. I'm sick of paying this vacant property tax. You know, so there are people that are incentivized to do so. I don't know the percentage because we're not the administrators of that tax, but we're the recipients of people motivated. I don't know a percentage of how many. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Follow-up question to the question that I asked before.
Yeah.
So, just regarding to understand what you're saying, because your response is packed with information as well. If I were to summarize what you were saying, would you say that it would be accurate to say that it is the density of things required that kind of produces a compound obstacle when it comes to making use of these lots?
I think that's accurate. It's probably not one factor. I'm sure it's many different factors that go in to what individual decision, whether to build or not build, or occupy or not occupy a vacant site. But I know I only have 10 minutes, so I really need to turn this back over and be available to answer more questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ed. Sorry we didn't get to everybody's questions in this segment. We are a little tight on time, and we're trying to be respectful of time management and the schedule, part of the feedback that you all gave us yesterday. You can write down questions, though, and hopefully you can pose those questions to other presenters from the city. And thanks a lot, Ed, for fielding some questions today. Our next segment here, we're going to take a couple of minutes just to explain what you guys are going to be doing after the break. So we've talked, there was a introduction to a couple of the segments today that are called World Cafes. And that's sort of a fancy term for sort of like a rotating small group, basically. It's a way for people to have some discussions sort of around different topics in a condensed period. And in this case, we're using sort of a modified World Cafe to have you get a chance to talk to a few different presenters. So in the segment that starts after the morning break, we're going to have you go into these World Cafes. And the groups are going to be a little bit different today than they were yesterday. Yesterday, you guys were broken up into like 8 groups of 5. This morning, you're going to be in 5 groups of 8 or so. And then in the afternoon, we're going to do 6 groups. So there's going to be 5 groups in the morning and 6 groups in the afternoon. And I'm going to just talk us through the layout of those groups. Because one of the other bits of feedback that we got was it was really loud in that other room where the small groups were. And a lot of folks had trouble hearing in that room. That could be really challenging for some people. So we're trying to spread out the groups a little bit. So there's going to be, this morning, there are going to be 2 groups in the small group room over there. That'll be a little bit bigger. There's going to be 1 group that will meet in this conference room right here in between the 2 halls that has been the quiet room during other periods. So unfortunately, that means the quiet room will not be the quiet room during the World Cafes, but then we'll go back to being the quiet room outside of those periods. And then there will be 2 groups meeting in here, and we're going to have you guys meet around basically the table. So we're going to have 1 group up here kind of at the corner, at this corner up at the front, and then we're going to have one group back there in the back corner, sort of around the corner, and then the presenter will be sort of like, and maybe one or two people from the group will be in the middle of the plenary room. So, and again, we're going to try and make it very clear what group you're going into. We're going to introduce the moderators that are going to come walk you into those groups, and we'll do that in just a couple of minutes. You guys, once you get into your World Cafe groups, just like yesterday, you're not going to have to move. You'll stay in those groups. The presenters will be the ones rotating through. So you'll get a chance to hear from 3 different presenters in the morning segment, and then again, 3 different presenters in the afternoon World Cafe. Does that make sense? Yeah? Great. Okay. I want to just remind everybody that this is a time, like this World Cafe time is really about information gathering and asking questions, trying to get questions to some of the answers, or sorry, trying to get questions to some of the answers that you posed, trying to get answers to the questions that you have posed and that you have written. So some of the question generation that you did yesterday. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to Duncan to talk a little bit more about how this is going to work.
Great. Stand because it's easier for me. Great. So again, we're gonna have a break in a little bit, and then after the break, we'll be going into the small groups. We have 5 different presenters that are coming here. Ed, who you just got to speak to, will be one of them, and they are people who have subject matter knowledge about these things. They've worked on issues related to this, so this is your real chance to gather information. Since it wasn't super clear, I'm just going to remind everyone again that on each of your tables, there's that piece of paper with the 4 quadrants. That's going to be there all the time. Anytime you have something that you feel like you want to get documented, you heard something really smart, you had a great question, you can't figure something out, you have an idea, put it onto there, because that's going to, or put it onto the wall here. So just want to remind everyone to keep on tracking things, because since there'll be 5 groups and you only get to hear from 3, not everyone's going to hear from everyone. So it's going to be up to you to ask all the questions that you think anyone might want to know, because you're doing the work on behalf of the whole group. Does that make sense? Cool. So I'm going to introduce some of the folks here that are going to be doing the they're going to be breaking up in the small groups here for a little bit, and they're just going to give a brief introduction. When you get to the small groups, they'll start by talking for maybe about 5 minutes, and then you guys have about 15 minutes to ask questions of them. So you'll have 20 minutes in each little group, so you'll hear more from them. Now these are just going to be brief presentations. Cool. So cool. So I wanted to, actually, can you hand me that one right there? Yeah. With the orange stripe on it. Thanks. Yeah. Cool. Great. So, I wanted to call up the folks that are going to be here talking to us. One of them is Alan Dones. Okay, Alan will be here after the break then, I suppose. Great, no problem, it's all right. Ed, yeah, so Ed, who we just heard from. Ed, would you like to this is Ed, we know who that one is. He's from the city of Oakland. Thanks. Great, and we have Lee J. Harper here. All right, after the break then. Is Janelle here? Hi, Janelle. Hi, why don't you introduce yourself? Tell us who you are. Yep.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Janelle Chan. I'm the CEO of Ibalsi East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation. We've been in Oakland for 51 years now and serve all of Oakland, and we're rooted in many different neighborhoods. Folks might know us in West Oakland, near the Coliseum, and also Chinatown. Folks might not know that in addition to providing the most affordable housing in Oakland, we also provide homes for about 115 small businesses and nonprofits that really drive activation, and it's the heart and soul of many of our different neighborhoods. So I welcome the conversation. Hopefully it will be a conversation versus me talking. That is my hope.
Great. I think we just saw our next guest walk in. Would you be willing to introduce yourself just briefly so people will know when they come join your group? This is Lee J, everyone.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Aoife Layo, and I was unhoused on Wood Street for 10 years. And then when they destroyed our community, I moved into Poor Magazine Homefulness. But I'm here to bring the perspective of the folks that are often forgotten, that people feel like they need to make decisions for, and that's our unhoused community in Oakland and our unhoused neighbors. And thank you again for the opportunity for us to bring that perspective here.
Thank you. What's the name? Monique. Great. Monique, hi.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Monique Brown, Executive Director of Mandela Partners. We're a nonprofit based in West Oakland, and we've been around for 22 years. If any of you have been on 7th Street, you've seen the co-op grocery store that we seeded. That was one of our first projects, and now they're our cousins. We're the nonprofit side of the co-op grocery. And I am born and raised in West Oakland, a 4th generationer, so I'm here representing food access, food security, distribution, entrepreneurship, and workforce development. So I'm happy to be here with you and eager to hear your questions.
Thank you, Professor Glover Blackwell. Good morning, everyone. I'm Robin Abad with the City Administrator's Office here at the City of Oakland. I'll be joining Ed Manasseh's table. I know folks must have more questions about zoning, land use. There was also a great question earlier about business tax and effectiveness around that. So I'll be at Ed's table talking about more generally what the city departments and the city apparatus can do and provide some data around that. And you'll also hear from me a little bit later this afternoon. Thank you for being here.
Great.
Okay, so Lynn is coming around with your sticky notes with your group assignments. A reminder that the first number is what group you are going into in the morning, this World Cafe group in the morning. And then the second number, the bottom number, is the one that you are going into for the afternoon, World Cafe 2. And that's going to be after lunch, so you don't need to worry about that too much right now. Let me just introduce you all to your moderators. You met some of the moderators yesterday, but I want to make sure you know who you're sitting with, who you're going with today after we come out of the break. So group number 1 is going to be Alan, who we didn't hear from as the presenter starting at that. That's group number 1 is Kiana. Kiana, can you, yeah? Kiana, great. And remind us, Kiana, group 1 is in Unity Hall, is that right? Over in the other room, yeah? Yes, that's over in the other room, the small group room is group number 1. Oh yeah, can folks raise your hand actually if you have group number 1 as does it just start here? Oh, it'll be over here? Yeah, so you guys are group number 1. You'll go with Kiana over to the other small group, the big small group room over there. Okay, group number 2, could I see a show of hands from group number 2? Nice, great. Group number 2, you guys are also gonna go over to the other room and you are gonna be with Avery. Here's Avery up here at the front. And Ed and Robin from the City of Oakland are gonna be starting with that group, okay? Group number 3 is Myra is the moderator here, group number 3. And could I get a show of hands who's in group number 3? Group number 3, you all are in the quiet room, the conference room here in the middle. So you'll be going to that room. Group number 4, quick show of hands from group number 4. Great, okay, you're gonna be going with NECA, who's back here holding up the big number 4. There's NECA in the back. And you all are starting with Janelle. Group number 3, Ifalayo is starting with group number 3 as the presenter, by the way. Sorry, I skipped that part. There's a lot of information on here. But group 4, you're starting with Janelle. Group 5, last but not least, can I get a show of hands? Group 5, right over here. Okay, great. Group 5, you are gonna be in here in the plenary room along with group 4. Your moderator is Samute, who's holding up the number 5 over here. And you guys are going to start with Monique as your presenter. Okay, we are going to have your moderators try and find you and hold up the numbers so you know where you're going, again, when we come out of the break. So we're going to go on break and reconvene at 10:15 in your group location. So groups 4 and 5, you're in here. Group 3, you're going in the conference room in the middle here. And groups 1 and 2, you guys are going to be over in the other big room over there. All right, enjoy the break, and we'll see you at 10:15. Oh, quick, sorry. 3 different. 2, yeah, sorry. Just a reminder that there are 3 different presenters coming around to each of your groups. So you guys will stay in the same place, and there will be 2 rotations. So you'll have 3 presentations total.
Hello. Okay, if people start wrapping up and transition, the speakers will go to the next group. Okay, wrap up your comments. We're going to switch to the third group. Okay, if folk can begin wrapping up. I'm just going to make a quick announcement. You get a chance for one more question. Great. After this, we're going to be going to lunch. Just want to remind people that people with peanut allergies and vegan folks should go first to lunch in a moment. Wrap yourselves up. You're good. Thanks.
Hello, everyone. I have spent my entire life believing in one thing that democracy only works when people show up for it. Hello, everyone. I have spent my entire life. Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. I have spent my entire life believing in one thing.
All right, if we can move back into the room here, take a seat, please. And folks in the gallery, if you're still having conversations, please move them out into the hallway. Thank you very much. Interpreters, are we ready to go? Okay, great. Perfect. Still waiting on just a few people. I had a question from someone about not being able to talk to everyone who made the rounds in that World Cafe, in that small group segment. And that's true. That's sort of the trade-off with doing it in this method. We prioritized quantity of people for all of you to talk to, and also, sort of participation, and being able to do it in small groups rather than everybody hearing from all the same folks. So yes, you're right. Half of you didn't get a chance to chat with half of the folks who came to visit. So you are dependent on your fellow delegates to transmit information between you. And I will say, if there is someone that you didn't get to speak to that you really want to speak to and you think is important to come back, your chance this afternoon will be to prioritize folks to come back and visit. You can bring new names, but you can also bring old names next week and the third week. So if you want to hear from someone again, or you didn't get a chance to talk to them this time, write their name down on an information request and post it in the information requests area. And we'll make sure that you'll have a chance to prioritize folks at the end of the day today who you want to bring back. All right. So, welcome back. I heard lunch was really good. I'm going to get to mine in a second. But first, we've got a couple of things this early afternoon that are a little different. You're going to hear a video from the mayor, as promised yesterday, who was going to be here in person but wasn't able to, so recorded a video. That'll happen first. And then there will be a little presentation by a presenter from the city, and then a bit of Q&A. Again, just pretty short, 10 minutes. Once again, if there are more questions for that person, put it in the questions area. If there's information, if you want to bring that person back, you can add an information request. And actually, this is a good opportunity to tell you that these sticky areas have moved a little bit. Key takeaways and values are still over here. Information requests have moved here, and they're going to spread all the way down the wall there eventually till the gallery in order to spread them out from the door to the gallery. On the opposite side of the wall is where questions are, to spread them out all the way down the wall so that later on when you're looking at these things, it's not a crush of people all together. So feel free to put things directly on the wall where they go. And with that, I think let's jump into the mayor's video.
Hello, everyone. I have spent my entire life believing in one thing above all, that democracy only works when people show up for it. Voting, electing leaders who represent us, standing with the community organizations which are pushing for the issues we care about, staying informed. That's the baseline. But every once in a while, a rarer kind of civic opportunity comes along, the chance to learn deeply alongside your neighbors, wrestle with a hard problem together, and build real recommendations as fellow Oaklanders. Now that's precious, and that's exactly what you're doing here. Congratulations on being selected. Out of thousands of Oaklanders, you were chosen at random to take this on. The issue in front of you really matters. Transforming vacant storefronts and lots into vibrant community assets is something I care about deeply. And so does the city council, and so does our entire city government. But we need your ideas. We need your help. Let's be honest, who works for whom? We serve you, and your proposals are going to make us do a better job. So here's my commitment to you. When you deliver your recommendations, I will work to make sure the full city council takes them up as an agenda item, and I will work to make sure they're referred to the appropriate council committee for public hearings and, yes, for real debate. This will not sit on a shelf. Oakland is leading again with a community-led civic assembly built by Oaklanders for Oakland. Thank you so much for your service, your time, and your commitment to thinking hard together for the good of this city. Thank you again, and good luck.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm introducing our next speaker who will be speaking on behalf of the city. We have Robin Abad Akubio, who has joined us here, who is the citywide ombuds. In a previous initiative, he spearheaded permitting reform for the city, which is something that's very relevant to the topic that you all are discussing. And he has been charged with organizing a task force to take on vacancy, to help city staff get organized internally to address this issue, and has been really instrumental in making sure that the folks who you've been hearing from and will hear from today from the city can be here and be prepared to present information that will be relevant to your discussions. So I'm very grateful for Robin's work. It's been a pleasure working with him, and I'm excited to bring him up.
Thank you, Michael. All right, Civic Assembly, how's everybody feeling this afternoon? It's good? Thumbs up. We got day 2 out of 6. As Michael mentioned, my name is Robin Abad Akabillo with the City Administrator's Office of Oakland. The City Administrator's Office oversees a lot of the departments and functions that are really relevant to the concerns and the issues that you're dealing with today. So that's planning, land use, zoning, regulation, which we heard from a little bit from Ed this morning. That's the building department. So, you know, we want to put new structures, we want to put new activities in vacant lots, or we want to activate existing buildings. The Building Bureau is also a department that reports to the City Administrator's Office. Shortly, we're going to hear from one of my favorite teams in this city, which is Economic Development. Christy Johnson-Lamone and Shawnee Keck are going to come up here in a moment to talk about what we understand about vacancies, you know, the state of the market. So a lot of expertise. We're also bringing other departments, hopefully, to you in sometime over the next 4 weekends, including our city's real estate division. A lot of folks have had questions about all the city property, all the properties that the city has owned, that we own, sometimes through liens and you know, possessions, as well as housing and community development. A big question that's come up in a lot of the morning sessions today that I know me and Ed heard was, how is the city using property that we own, or how might we use that as part of our response to our unhoused community? So I'm here to take questions, but before I do that, I also just wanted to really start with some gratitudes. So just want to thank first and foremost all of the delegates in this room. All 40 of you are taking time out of your lives, out of your families, to engage in this really important effort. So thank you for applying, thank you for your service, or thank you for responding to your postcard and being here. It's huge. We also want to thank the City of Oakland wants to thank the Community Steering Committee. There's a lot of incredible folks who've come together, obviously, to help organize this. It's been so well organized and so thoughtful. So thank you also to Policy Link, Healthy Democracy, the UC Berkeley Possibility Lab, the Public Good Group, as well as the UC Goldman School of Public Policy. What they and you all are doing over these 6 weekend days is kind of the stuff that me and Christy and Shawnee dream of in terms of public engagement, because you're getting super deep into a topic, helping us understand as city officials and staff what you really are concerned with, what you think the problems are, and what we've been hearing so far affirms a lot of the ideas that we have about what the challenges are and what solutions can be. Of course, I also just want to thank funders. How's this? Okay, cool. Peter Haas Jr. Family Fund and James Irvine Foundation for making sure that we could resource all this, provide childcare, there's food, and then most of all, I want to thank Professor Angela Glover Blackwell and Michael Cusack, who've been our main contacts for the city to support you all. So thank you. Round of applause, please, for you. And so as Mayor Lee just said, we are here to listen. We will have staff here every single day for the rest of the assembly to not only provide technical assistance, to answer questions, but to listen very deeply to the questions that you're asking, again, the concerns, and most importantly, the ideas. Michael mentioned that the city has put together what we're calling a kind of vacancies task force. And that's really important because it's going to help us organize and be responsive to the needs that you have and that you express coming out of this. It's also going to help us align with a lot of our elected officials, your legislators, are interested, have been doing work on this topic. We have a representative from Council District 1. Where's Alex? Here. Councilmember Unger and Alex have been at the forefront of trying to think through not only issues in their district, but citywide. So my hope, our hope, the mayor's hope, the city administrator's hope is that ideas that come out of this are things we can actually implement. They are code changes that we actually want to make. It's an ordinance we actually want to pass. They are programs we want to set up, and we want to make sure that we can get some effective pilots, hopefully in the next calendar year and the year following. So I didn't have a presentation necessarily, but I know there were a lot of questions that weren't captured in the first World Cafe, so I think we have a couple minutes to take those, right? And then I'll pass it over to my awesome colleagues, Shawnee and Christy, who will talk specifically about economic development, vacancies, and other topic-specific kind of issues. So any general questions? Yes, that is Daphne. Did I pronounce that right?
You did, thank you.
Okay, cool.
I was wondering, two small questions. What precedent is there for grant of public land to nonprofits by the city of Oakland?
The question is, what precedent is there of granting public lands to nonprofits in the city of Oakland? I do not know the answer to that question. My colleagues may, so I'm going to bookmark that for something that we respond to in the coming days or as a follow-up communication. That's a really great question. I'm sure there's some examples, but I don't know. Did you have a second one, Daphne?
Yes, the second one was, what precedent is there for Oakland, the city of Oakland buying private land for community use?
What precedent is there for the city of Oakland buying land for community use? Also something that I do not have the answer to, that I think reinforces the necessity for our real estate division to come and answer questions and provide more answers. So thank you for those really important questions. Anything else? Yes, Anthony.
There was a little bit of talk about how the penalties imposed for the vacancy tax for many owning entities, just the cost of doing business. Are there any mechanisms, or what would the mechanisms be to, say, accelerate the fines year over year?
I see our representative from Council District 1 making the gesture of cracking the whip. So vacancy tax is something that comes up again and again. as one response to compelling landlords who have vacant properties to do something with it, right? And so it's a kind of, it's a carrot, or rather a stick approach to addressing that. It's a big question that you ask, you know, how can we accelerate that? How can we, you know, deepen it? There is currently in council discourse about revisiting our vacancy tax kind of, so I want to defer to our city council about what solutions they do. It's very difficult in our, I guess I can say in our capitalist paradigm to act sometimes to regulate around this because of the kind of construct and paradigm that we live in around, you know, the right to private property and how you dispose of it, how you use it, you make use of it. So I guess I just say, you know, legislators respond to what constituents want to see, how they want to act. So I would stay very engaged with your council offices about this topic, because it seems to be you know, a topic on the horseshoe yet again. Anthony?
Just as a matter of the process, would that have to go through the city council, or would it have to be something voted on to change the measure? Would that, be up to the electorate or the council?
Great question. Is it, yeah, right, would the council need to pass it, and or would it be a referendum? Alex, do you have any ideas about procedure for change to the current vacancy tax schema?
Hello, I'm Alex Shaffrin. I'm part of Councilmember Unger's team in District 1. Thank you all so much for being here and for having me here. I hope I get to come back in a few weeks. I heard that, you know, there's a vote, so I'm running for speaking next week, or 3 weeks from now, which is also my birthday. So to tax vacant land simply for the act of being vacant is covered under the vacancy tax, where we voted on it at the ballot in 2008, I think something like that. To change that, which includes also the amount of money, would have to go back to the voters. That bill, that is going to sunset no matter what. So if you, even just to maintain that vacancy tax, we as Oakland will have to vote on it in a number of years, into 2030s, but it's somehow 2026, and that stuff comes real fast. That doesn't just mean, that's not the only way you can regulate those properties. If they are blighted, if they are dirty, if we can pass codes to require them to maintain certain conditions, we can do all kinds of other things, but just the vacancy tax, we have to go back to the voters, correct? Yeah, there's also a blight ordinance. And
okay, we're going to take 2 more questions.
She knows everything.
We're going to take 2 more questions, and we're going to move on. We're going to take 2 more.
So absolutely referendum. Yeah.
So we got Adam coming up.
We got Adam, Seth, Liam, and then Guadalupe. Go ahead, Adam.
It's been my experience that legislators are not responding to their constituents. They're responding to the funders of their campaigns. So with that being said, we had a speaker yesterday that pointed out to us most campaigns, which are backed by, I believe it's the Realtors Association of California, have led to like really difficult deficits in housing and affordability. With that being said, the main thing that I'm hearing about the ability to transform some of these spaces is cost. And you mentioned our capitalist marketplace. Clearly, the parcel tax is not working because we're here now. I see you nodding, but we're here now asking city, county delegates about what to do with vacant spaces. And if this is a referendum that has to go back to the voters, what efforts does the city or the county provide that is trying to propagate or reduce the cost, I should say, of producing more affordability and creating housing or creating public spaces? And I would also encourage you to look at the Segority Land Trust, which was actually a precedent where they gave land back for rematriation to Native communities. Here in the Bay Area, we did start off this with a land acknowledgement of Ohlone. So I would encourage you to maybe look at that precedent about giving, property back to people that was publicly owned.
Thank you, Adam, for reminding us about the Somorete Land Trust as a case study. So what ways is the city trying to make it easier to address the issue of vacancies? In particular, cost. This is something that Ed talked about a little bit today, both in his presentation as well as in the World Cafe sessions that we were able to attend. In recent years, within the last 2 or 3 years, the city of Oakland has been really aggressive about making it easier to get land use approval for doing something, right? So prior to these legislative changes, which have been applied to all commercial corridors in the city of Oakland, as well as lands outside of commercial corridors, before you used to have to go through a pretty laborious process that could take 6 months to a year just to get approval for the land use that you want to do through a discretionary process. So maybe it goes through the zoning administrator, maybe it has to go through the city planning commission. That could take 6 months or a year just to get permission to use a vacant storefront or a lot in a certain way. So there are a number of use types or categories that had to go through this extended discretionary process. So that's time, that's money, that's coordination, right? Waiting for trying to keep your financing in suspension while you're getting city approvals. Now, a whole bunch of those uses, those categories that used to have to go through this discretionary process, again, that could take as long as a year or more, are allowed by right. So they don't require a discretionary review, and you can get approval, between 6 days and 6 weeks, rather than 6 months or a year. So we've done that. And we're also currently connected to this process that you guys are a part of for the Civic Assembly, looking at ways to allow for temporary pilots and pop-ups. So there's a lot of appetite that we've heard for, using vacant lots and vacant storefronts for 2 weeks, 2 months, 2 years at a time, right? And so there's kind of the working on the commercial leasing and working with landlords to, first of all, gain access to those spaces at an accessible lease rate. But then there's also making sure that the city has the kind of approval mechanisms or the kind of permits that would allow for that. Because right now our current rules and regulations don't allow for that in quite the flexible way that we need. So that's something that we're working on to make it cheaper, basically. So reducing permitting time and process.
So speaking of time, so we are out of time, but we're going to take one more. We're going to take Seth.
There was Seth, yeah.
I'll try to make this quick. But yeah, so in all of the problems that you were discussing and the recommendations that you're making, I noticed that there was kind of like a common sort of a theme of time, right? So I want to flip the question here, actually. How best would you say as a delegation we can continue to cooperate with you? How can we stay in touch with you, or what would be the best way to do that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a few different ways. Anyone who is here from the city, it's myself, Ed, Sean, Christy, our building official, Ceci Muela, we would like to come in coming weeks, as well as representatives from Housing and Community Development and the Real Estate Division, our finance office, our director of budget. You can reach out to us, absolutely, one-on-one. We also want to be really structured, though, and we're going to be working with Civic Assembly Steering Committee and the organizers at Policy Link and at the Goldman School to synthesize everything that you all put together, the ideas that you have, because we genuinely want to take as many of those as possible and act on them. So those are some ways that you can maintain contact and know that the contributions and the discussions that you're having, we really want to carry forward in as feasible a way as possible.
Excellent, thank you. We're going to move on to our new presenters at this time. We're going to have them. Are they out of the room right now?
Thank you, everyone, for being here. We're really excited to be listening. So, thanks.
Right. I've just been asked to make an announcement. Michael, speaking of getting in touch with the city, as I mentioned, information requests and questions, Possibility Lab will help to pass those along, and sort of be they're your technical assistants. So they will pass things along to the city and also get people in the room that you prioritize. Is that what I need to cover there? Okay. All right, cool. And now you have, go for it.
Oakland, please put your hands together for our next set of presenters. I'm going to have you guys introduce yourselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Christy Johnston-Limon. I'm the Deputy Director of Economic and Workforce Development for the City of Oakland. I'm an 18-year resident of Oakland, and I grew up in San Francisco. Shawnee, you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, is this thing on? I'm Shawnee Keck. I've been in Oakland for about 10 years. I'm originally from Washington State, and I've been at the city for 5 years. Sorry. Wow. I'm Shawnee Keck. I've been in Oakland for about 10 years. I've been at the city for 5 years, and I'm on Christie's team in economic development.
Sharing a mic. I just want to start off by saying thank you for being here. I think as we're doing this really important work at the city, we have to partner with our community because we know that community members have all the solutions we need here. And so I'm just really excited to be here and partnering with you as we advance policy solutions together. Our department is solely focused on building a just and equitable economy for everyone that lives and works and plays in Oakland, full stop. And so in order for us to do that, we need both to support our existing businesses that are here. About 90% of Oakland's businesses are small businesses operating in our neighborhood corridors. So that's our number one priority. And we also need to be able to attract major employers that bring in investment, jobs, high quality jobs, and sales tax revenue for the city. So second, do we have a slideshow that we can put up, please? Oh, thank you. Oh, you're working on it. All right, well, I'm just going to start. So as I mentioned, sustaining, attracting, and supporting business is our number one priority. I get to lead the business development division for the city of Oakland. So that means that I get to work with thousands of entrepreneurs and businesses and help them realize their dream. Those are the ones that we're going to be focused on as we aim to fill brick and mortar vacancies throughout the city. Our department also does a ton of other work, including our real estate development work. Sure, I talk really fast. I'm sorry, I will slow down. I'm excited. I love this work. Been doing it for 25 years. All right, so in addition to building relationships with our business community, we also connect them to resources like our lender community. Many businesses, what they need is capital, and you'll hear later from my colleague about how some communities also are not able to access capital. What do you need? Oh, got you. Well, I don't have enough time to present everything then, so I will go ahead and cut most of our slides. Well, you can read what's behind me, so I'm just going to continue. But the bottom line is that our department is one of the main thrusts for building our economy here in Oakland. You're going to hear from some of my colleagues from our real estate division who will actually talk about some of the questions you all brought up earlier around how the city both manages and leverages and disposes of in order to build our economy. So for today, we have a few things we want to do for you. One is we want to provide an overview of our data. Next slide, please. We want to show you who our business community is in Oakland, who the base residents are in Oakland. My mic keeps cutting out. Can I get the other one, please? We're going to give you an overview of what retail vacancy and rent looks like. Thank you. All right, we're going to figure it out. And then we're going to show some examples of what some of the 2 areas of vacancy are that you all are specifically focused on, which I believe are going to be storefront retail vacancies and vacant lots, 2 really different product types. So Shawnee is going to walk you through some of the data. Next slide, please.
Okay. One of the things we wanted to be able to show you, we know yesterday you saw a lot about vacancy in terms of where vacancies are, whether it's residential or whether it's industrial or retail. And what we wanted to present is our 2 of the other actors that influence vacancy are our businesses and their owners and our consumers and residents. And so what this slide shows you is as a complement to the slides you saw yesterday in terms of use codes and the types of land and buildings, this is where our businesses are located. Every business in Oakland has an address, and so we've plotted them on here so you can see actually where our commercial areas are, and you can see our largest corridors, which are, as you would expect, the big ones that that go through the city. What's really important to see in this map, and you can kind of see it in there, is that most of the businesses and the vacancies that we're talking about with retail are focused in downtown in our what we call our retail corridors. Next slide, please. The types of things that our businesses sell are another key piece of the puzzle. You can see that we both represent a high-tech region where we have a lot of professional, scientific, and technical services, but we also have a very high residential population, and we've just come out of a big building boom. So construction and some of our retail services, some of our residential services are actually really important. That's a high number of businesses. But you can see that our fourth largest industry is actually retail. So where are they doing their business is a good question. Next slide, please. Our businesses are actually very small. We have about 54,000 business licenses, 23,000 are landlords. Many people in Oakland make their money through renting property, and you're in our data set if you do. The majority of our businesses actually make under $1 million, and the majority are actually under $250,000 a year. That's really important to know. Most of our businesses don't employ more than 10 people. By and large, they employ under 5. So we really are a small shop city. Next slide, please. What's really awesome to work at Oakland for is we have a really amazing program on understanding race and equity. And so we were able to take apart the business license data set for who owns our businesses. And you can see race is actually very reflective in both who owns them and where they are. Oakland is 72% communities of color, and our businesses definitely reflect that. So you can see a nice mix of ownership here. Next slide, please. And you can also see a reflection of our high rates of female entrepreneurship. Female self-employment is one of the highest in the country. We are also the second most racially diverse city in the country. And so you can see that it actually shows up in our business ownership. The next slide, please. Next slide, please, sorry. What we can also show, and there's our racial statistics there, so that's a reflection of our residents and our consumers, the other half of the coin in who operates our businesses in our lands, our buildings in our lands, who activates them, it's our businesses and consumers. This is a profile of our consumers, and you can see our 72% communities of color here. You can also see that 40% of our families at home don't speak English as a first language, and 58% of them actually speak Spanish. So when we're thinking about who shops where and who buys what, this is actually a really important piece. 28% of our residents are foreign born. We're the city of the future. We're very much a multiracial economy that then needs us to be able to understand those dynamics, even on a corridor-based level, very small. Next slide, please, and then I'll hand it over back to Christy. One of the most important things that we want everyone to know is that just because we're racially diverse doesn't mean we're poor and sad. We actually, 50% of our city has a degree, 58% of our city has a degree, a professional degree, and 55% of our city makes more than $100,000 because it's very expensive to live here. So we actually have very exciting and ready-to-go consumers. They just need to be understood. I'll hand it over to Christy.
Thank you for the data. So the big takeaways is that our economy is incredibly socioeconomically and racially diverse, which means that the goods and services that we need in our neighborhood corridors also need to reflect that if they're going to succeed. Here's a snapshot of the retail vacancy, both for downtown Oakland in green, that dark yellow for the East Bay, and the light yellow shows Oakland. I just want to note that Oakland citywide shows a much lower vacancy rate than the rest of the East Bay. And that figure is 4.2% as of, it is 4% as of Q3 of 2025. Next slide. The retail rents, as you'll see, have also maintained somewhat steady rates. We've heard from our consumers that, and our businesses in particular, that they would love to see some rent relief as we see operating costs continue to grow. But as this graph shows you, those retail rents have remained fairly consistent, if not growing year over year. And you'll see that downtown Oakland trend is lower, right below the citywide trend, and then much lower than the rest of the East Bay. What that means is that Oakland is competitively lower than the rest of the East Bay. Thank you. Next slide. And here is a bit of a snapshot of what the commercial corridor vacancy looks like in some of the key neighborhoods that we work with directly. I want to note that some of these have no data, and that is because they are not tracked by the marketplace. And I think that's something important to note as you're thinking about market-based solutions to fill vacancies. We can't rely on them. We also did our own economic study along International Boulevard, where we actually had consultants, economic consultants, walk the entire International Boulevard corridor from 64th to 108th, and they counted every single vacancy, vacant lot and vacant storefront. And you'll see that that's why we have these data for the Havens Court and the Elmhurst community in terms of vacancy. I think the point here is that for example, in Jack London, which exhibits almost a 40% vacancy rate, vacancies are not equally distributed across the city. Some corridors have more vacancies than others. And that actually tracks if we're mostly relying on market trends in order to fill them. The next two slides are just examples of some of the types of vacancies that we're looking at and what the potential challenges are as you're also thinking about solutions. Next slide, thank you. So this first one here is a typical vacant storefront on International Boulevard in that Havens Court, Elmhurst community. And what we see typically the challenges being here are a lack of demand. So the consumer demand and therefore the tenant demand isn't as great as some parts of the city that have a 97% occupancy rate, like in Rockridge on College Avenue, for example, for comparison. Some other issues here might be the rent, and the rent that is being asked for maybe doesn't match what it is that a new business or an entrepreneur is willing to pay. We also see significant costs because of the condition of the property to build out the space and make tenant improvements. And very few property owners are willing to even make those tenant improvements, or what we call a TI allocation, to support that business to move in and sign a 5 or 10-year lease. So that's typically what we see in terms of a long-term vacant storefront, just what some of the challenges are. Mostly market-driven. The next one is a long-term vacancy of a commercial building along the Hagenberger corridor. Now this one, I think, used to be the former Walmart building. And so there what you have is a couple of property owners that invested in it are underwater in terms of their financing because it has been vacant for a long time and therefore are losing money every month on this property. So it needs either to be recapitalized or financed. There are some redevelopment and market questions as well as they determine if it's a commercial retail space that had a Walmart in there, what could possibly go in there next. And so we've been working with those property owners to figure out what they can do next. And I will say that another barrier with this particular space was that they wanted to redevelop it on spec, basically speculation, not really knowing what user was going to go in there. And that was something that the community members were just not supportive of. They want to know exactly what business is proposing to go in there before they will get behind a project. And then this last one is a fairly large vacant lot at 7th Street in Kirkham in West Oakland. It is suffering from a few things. One is the financial crisis that we exhibited around COVID and the collapse of the housing development industry. This site was originally designated for large-scale housing development, and that demand went away, and so it has since been sitting vacant. So here's an example of where the zoning, it has an affordable housing development overlay, not affordable, but a housing overlay that requires a certain number of housing units to be developed there, and when the market demand is not there, it has created a situation where you cannot activate the space. And so again, this is where zoning and use restrictions have sort of kept the land empty. The last slide has a few more examples that I won't get into because I want to leave time for questions. I will also leave you with just a few key takeaways here. So can you go to the next slide, please? So one, you all know, not all vacancies are the same. The type of vacancy informs the solution, and the intervention isn't necessarily to fill every vacancy or every vacant storefront. It's to identify the barriers that are preventing its viable uses and allowing for them to be occupied with those viable uses. Intervention should be targeted to the barrier, so it really is finding out what is empty, how long has it been empty, why has it been empty or vacant, and what the intervention is. And then with that, you can go to the last slide. We'll make sure to get you this resource. This is a little bit of a vacancy cheat sheet, which breaks down all of the obstacles and potential solutions for each vacancy type. And you'll see that there's more than 2 on this list. There's lots of reasons why properties sit vacant. I'll take a question or 2 if we have time.
I'm sorry,
Thank you.
Shani. Yeah, we won't be able to take questions now. You'll get a chance.
All right.
Most of you
My
will
name's
get a chance.
Christy, by the way.
Christy, thank you, Christy. Sorry. Thank you, Christy. Yeah, you'll get a chance to ask her questions in the World Cafe number 2, which is about to come up now. We're going to introduce our next set of presenters. Okay. So we're going to have Christy Johnson, actually, Shawnee Keek. Also, we're going to have Carolyn Johnson and Leslie Peterson, Miss Margaret Gordon. What's that? Reina Maldonado and Supriya Golas.
Can we hand
No. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Blessings to everyone who came to this table, who wants to set this table for a new system of setting up how we get involved about land use, zoning, that we have not had before, or we have had before. If anybody know about the general plan, we know about the specific plans, who are supposed to be supportive of those who most impacted and vulnerable, and burden should be at the table making decisions about what could, shoulda, woulda be in our communities. My start of doing this work goes back 50 plus years. I'm a native of the Bay Area, born in Richmond, raised in San Francisco, been in Oakland since the 60s, and have participated in multiple projects, programs, initiatives. My work exceeds itself because for the last 30 years, my work has been about environmental justice, about air, water, and soil, and who is being impacted by the polluters from the Port of Oakland, the state, the county, the federal government, and doing community participatory research. So I'm always working from, I had to learn to work from a place where I could get definite information by having understanding the process and the proceedings and the process of using data and research. So I just wouldn't come out emotionally about the work that I've been doing. I have done sorry, I keep whispering in my ear, and I didn't connect with you.
introduce yourself really briefly?
Okay, I'm gonna real quickly. I'm gonna do this because I have a legacy. All right. If you're mad about that, I'm sorry. I have a legacy. All right. done the work. I even spend time, like I tell people, I did from the White House to the outhouse and everything back again. To reinvent myself as this person who wants to work from the bottom up, not the top down. Because when we work from the top down, we miss people. We don't give everybody the same opportunity and equity. And we don't know how to practice equity. So in this process, I hope y'all moving forward of generating a positive process of practice and equity where everybody get their fair share, because capitalism do not give a damn about us. All right, let's be real clear. They do not, the capitalist system or the capitalists do not give nothing about us or our future or our children. I've seen it firsthand. I know the polluters don't pay. Y'all know everybody not paying their fair wage or their fair system of taking care of everybody. So I hope this process is really generating that type of thinking and thought to develop a new system and everybody get their fair share. Thank you.
I love Miss Margaret. She used to babysit my daughter when I used to go out and party, so I love Miss Margaret. My name is CJ. I'm the founding CEO of the Black Cultural Zone Community Development Corporation in East Oakland, and I'm going to pass it to our next panelist.
Hi, my name is Lisa Whitlock Peterson. I'm Executive Director of Acta Non Verba Youth Urban Farm Project.
Hello, everyone. I'm Supriya Golas, and I'm the Executive Director of the Urban Compassion Project based out here in Oakland.
Thank you so much, everybody. We also have Reina Maldonado is joining us for one of the World Cafe groups, but I think Reina was running just a little bit late. So we're gonna go into the next World Cafe segment now. And sorry about that, that was a little loud. And this is gonna look at, very similar to the one that we did, the World Cafe that we did earlier. Remember, you've got a sticky note that you got that has your group number for the afternoon. That's that lower number. Some of you will be going into a group 6 to start. So let's see. Let's start with, who has a 6 on the, well, actually, maybe I'll start with should I start with the 6 or the 1? I don't know. I feel like I started over here and it was like a 5 or something last time. So maybe I'll start in numerical order. Okay, who has a 1 on your group number? Okay, number 1, should be a couple more. Yeah, okay. All right. Group number 1, you guys are starting with Christy and Shawnee from the city of Oakland, and your moderator is Kiana. Remember Kiana? There she is waving. Thanks, Kiana. That is over in the other big room over there is group number 1. Where are my group 2 people? Group 2. Great, okay, we got a few people here. Sounds good. Group 2, you are working with Avery. Avery is right there. Say hi, Avery. Group number 2. And you're going to start with Carolyn Johnson. CJ is going with you guys. Okay, group number 3. Can I get a show of hands? Who's group number 3 in the afternoon? Okay, great. You're going with Maida back here in the middle. Maida. And that group is back in the conference room in the middle, the quiet room. And you're going to have Liesel with you to start. Okay, group number 4. Where are my group 4 people? Okay, see some hands. You're going with NECA right here. NECA's over here on the side. Okay. Group 5. Do I have group 5 people? Can I see some hands? Yeah, okay, I see a few people. Group 5. Great. Okay, you're going to go with Samute. Samute standing up at the back, holding up a number 5. Okay, and groups 4 and 5, you're going to be in here again, like we were before. And then group 6. Group 6. Okay, we have a few people with group 6. You were going with Annalise. You see Annalise up here? The newly created group 6, you guys are in the big room over by the kitchen behind a curtain. So we've got a little like soundproofing, hopefully, for you to help with sound. Okay, so find Annalise and head over there. And Miss Margaret is going with you, Annalise. Yeah.
you got this one. So you send them to you. Task complete. All right. It's one of those things where like I have to like talk to each person to get all of this stuff. And I hear that's all micro words like one.
know you're muted, but
Hello, testing. So Hannah, can you hear me?
you are muted. So if you're trying to say something to me, I can't hear it.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
You can hear me, but I can't hear you.
Oh, interesting. Well, I don't appear to
Hang
be
on.
muted.
That would be...
All right, testing now. Does that
Hannah,
work?
can you say something?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I'm talking. I'm talking. You might even be able to hear me from the
Maybe
room.
a
I'm
little
very
more
loud.
something?
Nope, still nothing. Bad. Can you hear me now? I'm still talking. I'm still talking. I have so much to say. We love Zoom. We love capabilities. I can no longer hear you anymore, but I can see you talking into a microphone. But maybe you can hear me. So that's something of an improvement. Do I keep talking? Can you hear me?
Check, check. Okay, we'll start with, can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear me? Well, it does seem like where we were last time.
Okay, how about now?
I mean, I can still hear you. Can you hear me now? Any luck? I'm still talking. I'm saying many words, hoping that the Zoom call will work. No such luck. I'll try muting and unmuting. Okay, what about now? I can see the green little microphone thing going up and down, which indicates that my phone at least knows that I'm saying things. If I talk closer to my phone, does that help? Maybe that's the problem, but I kind of doubt it. I guess I will keep
Okay,
talking.
I know it's wrong, and I know how to fix it. I just don't know how to wire it. So I will call you back.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a great question.
A request, perhaps?
Questions, takeaways, what insights did you hear today? All right, start us off. And feel free to raise your hand or put your card up. Yeah.
So just some takeaways. First of all, like, so super impressed about the work that the nonprofits are already doing, despite the many barriers that they have faced. It's very inspirational, and so it's really amazing that they are here to share their stories. But what I hear across multiple of them is just like the relationship that they have built with the landlords and how do they approach their spaces. So having a good relationship, communication is very important, which was it was very insightful, to hear that, because you will think, oh, you just go to a landlord that has a commercial space and just rent it. But some of the stories that spoke about like vision of their spaces and the landlords buying into that vision and building community and being able to support these people to get lower rents and, invest in their businesses, etc. So that was really good and a good way of thinking about like, this is something that needs to be suggested, and just make me think, how can we support that, right? Like, how do we go about encouraging and learning from that, So, and then the second thing that I wanted to share is also, obviously these sessions are so important because it's building knowledge for us in many aspects, but also, someone share about tax benefits, right, that landlords can get if they have open lots, open spaces, that it's going to be at a much cheaper cost to allow community gardens, to exist because they will get tax benefits, and so all of that, I personally didn't know that, and so that I felt like that was very insightful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Stephanie.
One of my takeaways was obviously that Oakland is doing great things in their community, nonprofits and stuff like that, but the biggest struggle that they're going through is that they don't trust Oakland and don't trust the city of Oakland, that they don't feel like they can get money from them. They don't feel like they can ask for resources from them. And if we see people are doing great things in our community, I feel like we should continue to invest in them. And the same people that are doing amazing for our community don't feel that or feel that they can do that, then we have a bigger problem. Because if we see that good people are doing good things and we can't help them, and Oakland doesn't want to help them, and they feel the need to do their own thing, we're just going to continue going to this cycle of good people doing good things, and then they're going to get burned out. And we don't want that to happen. We want to continue having these great programs of all these people that spoke to us that they're doing. But obviously money is a big factor, and we need to find it not just from grassroots and not just from our people. It has to come from a bigger resources.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, keep thinking about what are the ahas you had today, the things that surprised you. Go ahead, Lupe.
Well, what I noticed today is that nonprofits are are what makes Oakland, gives resources to the people and what makes it a better place. And when nonprofits don't have those resources to occupy and are not supported to occupy those vacant lots, then those resources aren't given to the people, aren't spreaded. So we need more support for nonprofits. And it does come with a cost. So we need more support.
Great, thank you. Luis?
Yeah, hey everybody. One of the takeaways for me was somebody framed it that the zoning laws are essentially the rules to implement, and the general plan is essentially the constitution that the city follows. So essentially, zoning plus the general plan equals probably the solution to the question we're trying to solve. So that's what I took away.
Great, general plan. Marty?
There we go. From Janelle at Ibaldi, she introduced the concept of political instability affects the planning process because we had 4 mayors in a row and we had a change of board of supervisors, I think, or there were some others at that time, and it really affects the planning and the how long the process takes. From Supriya Golas of Urban Compassion, she introduced the concept of calling it a dormant unit rather than a vacant one, and that there were only 3 citations for dumping last year, and one of them she had to make the cop give the citation. And then talking to one of the delegates, what we're not hearing with any of the development is public bathrooms being added to these things and call boxes for safety in areas that aren't quite so safe. At least we could get somebody to show up if there was a call box somewhere. So, quick one.
Thank you, thank you. I also want to encourage folks to be writing these down so that we can be adding them to our sticky note collection as we move along. And I'll pass it to Seth.
My big takeaway was actually a lot more general. There was actually an entire wealth of information available to us today, talking to all the different representatives and other things like that. And what I gained from that, or what I understand from that, is basically the amount of time, energy, and resources needed to accomplish something is just immense in general. Each one of these people are part of these giant scale programs. So my takeaway or question, or a little bit of both, is if it would be possible for the delegation to develop a relationship with these individuals so we could actually learn more, talk to them more frequently, or something like that, just so we could educate ourselves or just be more involved in the community, because the request of these entities was pretty much the same in that they wanted Oakland to be a little bit more organized. And if we are that delegation, would we not perform that function?
Great. Seth, that's great questions and considerations. Thank you. Yeah. Jack, there you are. Yeah.
2 things. First, I'm curious to see if there are case studies that have been done. Can we see other people's plans of how they've created housing, or if have other people in other places asked this kind of question? And then the other thing is that I didn't realize before I walked into this weekend, but now I'm like, oh, I didn't know what questions to ask, and now I have enough of the lingo, like zoning, to be able to ask the questions.
Great. Learning, to be able to learn more, this is a huge step. Yeah, excellent. Thank you. And there's a question about hearing case studies. We will hear some case studies today, though I don't think they're ones from the outside examples, but noted as a request. Yeah. Great. Lucero.
Sorry, I'm almost done. Okay, I had to write my question down or else I'd forget it.
I guess my biggest takeaway from this was that if investors don't find something financially lucrative, even though it's a good solution for the community, that they might not even be willing to invest in it.
Great. And before we get the question from Jean, I want to invite people to find their interpreter device so you can hear his question. Just one moment. Yep. Great. We're looking for channel 2 if you're an English speaker. Great. Go ahead, John.
我嘅建議咧就係，如果能夠將審批個流程盡量縮短咧，咁我哋就會更多空間去利用呢啲空置嘅地方。呢個係我今日嘅得着。
Great. The approval process sounds very important. Thank you, Jean. We appreciate that. Pia.
Hi, everyone. A few of my takeaways today was hearing from Monique of Mandela Partners, who shared more around the history of West Oakland and how it used to be a thriving community and industry until the 60s, when larger forces like the BART and the redlining happened, which was a direct consequence of displacement, food insecurity, and yeah, what we see now, more vacancies. So building on that, my takeaway that I got from Black Cultural Zone was that there's just larger forces against us, and it's just making me feel like, oh, the problem's bigger than what I initially perceived. And she gave the example of tax policy from the federal government. So yeah, we also have to take that on, or at least have some kind of consciousness shift and narrative change so that more political will can meet the community where we're at.
Thank you, Pia. Appreciate it. And let's see, David, and we have a couple more minutes, probably can fit one or two more questions in. Yeah. I see. Yeah, go ahead, David.
I thought today in particular, all the different presenters really came up with some amazing, interesting information about how to utilize space and the problems that we face. But the one thing that I took away was from Robin and Ed, from the planning, from the city, from the, that we should have the real estate people from the city of Oakland here, because they are the ones that deal with the land and the land use, and that they would profit from our questions and our conclusions ultimately.
Great, thank you. And just a heads up that at the end of the day, these little green notes all along the back wall are all speakers and presenters that might come in or that have already come in. And you'll get a chance to go vote. So I bet one of those says real estate on it for you to vote on it. Yeah, great. Ms. Margaret, final question, comment.
Oh, can you use the microphone? Sorry. Okay. Who is the financial institution that would be supporting this process? It's not very clear. Who will hold the deeds of the property? It's not. And will it somewhere in the process flip the script and become a land trust? That the community don't own the land, they just own the building. That's not very clear.
I hear these are suggestions of ways that this can go, and these are all things that can be explored as people move along. And great questions. Yeah.
All right, I think we're off to the next section. Thanks, everyone. All right. The next section here is going to be case studies. 2 different case studies that the steering committee and Possibility Lab have brought together, suggested. The first will be someone on Zoom, and Michael, do you want to give an introduction first, however? Do you want to give an introduction first to the case studies? All right.
Thanks, Lynn. So for the next hour or so, we'll have 2 presentations from folks who are working on programs dedicated to using and activating vacant spaces in other places. The first folks that you'll hear from are from the Center for Community Progress. They're a national organization that works on addressing vacancy in a variety of forms. One of their primary programs is a national land bank network. Their use of the term land bank is a little different than we've been talking about it the last couple of days. Land banks, as they'll describe, are programs to create a centralized or a single place for an organization to acquire vacant land, vacant lots, and then transfer ownership to folks who will steward and use the lots. So I'll let Nora Daly, who is joining us, to speak about their program and work now. Nora, over to you.
Great, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me okay? Think I see a thumbs up?
We're gonna adjust the volume slightly.
Okay,
That's better.
that's better? All right, let me know if anybody has trouble hearing at any point, please stop me and let me know. I do have some PowerPoint slides that I'm gonna try to share with you all as well. All right, I think, are folks able to see the slide deck? Yes. Thumbs up? Yep. All right, thank you all for having me today, and thank you for bearing with me. I know hybrid presentations are always a little bit tricky, so appreciate everybody's patience and participation with me on letting me know you can hear okay and that the slides are up. I'm Nora Daly. I'm an associate director with the technical assistance team at the Center for Community Progress. And I'm going to share with you all today some examples of how several different communities that we work with have reused vacant land in some really innovative and exciting ways. First, I do want to share just a little bit about the Center for Community Progress. As Michael mentioned, we are a national nonprofit, and we are actually the only national nonprofit that is dedicated to addressing vacant, abandoned, and deteriorated properties at the systems level. And so this really means that instead of going one property at a time, which are a lot of the examples that we're going to share with you all today, we are taking a step back with communities and looking at how programs, policies, and procedures that relate to government functions, including code and tax enforcement, can shift to more equitably, efficiently, and effectively address vacant properties. We achieve our mission in a variety of ways, including public education. So getting to come speak with folks like you all is a really fun part of my job. Local, state, and federal advocacy, and customized technical assistance. I mentioned earlier, I'm a member of the technical assistance team, and together with my colleagues, we've helped hundreds of communities across the country develop policies, tools, and programs to address vacancy challenges. So vacancy can mean a lot of different things to different people. I know Michael mentioned that we use a very unique definition of land banking, a very specific definition in our work. Oh, yes, I will slow down. So just like we use a different definition of land banking, we also use a different definition of vacancy, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page before diving in. too fast. So vacancy is not inherently problematic, right? Vacancy can be a normal part of a healthy functioning real estate market, some level of property turnover where you're having apartments for rent or homes for sale is a really natural and healthy part of a functioning real estate market. When vacancy becomes a problem is when neighbors and neighborhoods are affected by the properties, and this is when owners walk away, leaving visible debris, overgrown vegetation, deferred maintenance, and tax delinquency. So you can see an example of the type of vacancy that we're really talking about at Community Progress here on this slide, this deteriorated home. And there's lots of different ways that vacancy negatively affects communities. Some of the main ones include threats to community health. So, for example, exposing neighbors to asbestos and other environmental toxins when you have a property like this that is coming apart. Threats to public safety. Again, you can see here, if you're walking by this house on the street, you might be worried a piece of it is going to fall down on your head. If you live next to this house, you might be worried it's going to catch on fire and that could spread to your house. If you live next to this house, you're also probably worried about your own property values. It hurts the neighbors to live next to a home like this. And then another negative effect is reduced municipal revenue from property taxes when owners walk away from properties. And that just means there's less money to fund other essential public services like roads and schools. So I did start off by showing you a house, and I recognize that I'm here to talk to you all about vacant land. So I'll take a step back and say that we deal with all different types of vacancy at Community Progress. We deal with houses like the one I just showed. We deal with former storefronts, abandoned industrial sites, and then we deal with vacant lots like the one shown on this slide. And these we call vacant land. So structure-free lots, but that were formerly developed. So we differentiate from, for example, in rural communities, there may be large swaths of undeveloped vacant land, but it's not harming anybody. It's a natural part of that community. So these are lots where something was there and now it's gone and there's harm to the community as a result. And the lot pictured on this slide is grassy, but in urban areas like Oakland, there can also be vacant land like this that is paved over. So for example, former parking structures, storefronts, and vacant land can attract illegal dumping, which is also shown here. And that's when folks come and leave trash on a site. And often it's folks coming from outside of the community and leaving trash and debris. And research links vacancy like this and illegal dumping to a host of negative outcomes, including increased crime, violence, and threats to public safety, as well as stress and poor mental health for nearby residents. So you can probably imagine if you lived in this neighborhood, walking by this property every day wouldn't feel very good. It doesn't make you feel like your community is very cared for. So that's a real harm as well. The good news is that there's growing research on the impact of maintaining vacant lots, and that's one really low cost, simple intervention that can make a huge difference for folks. So what we call vacant lot stewardship or maintaining the lot is just clearing the trash, mowing the grass, clearing weeds, trimming plants on the site. So these kind of cost-effective interventions that can really make improvements to community health and well-being. And I share this just to share that the solution doesn't always need to be very expansive or costly to yield tangible benefits. This can also be, and we see this in a lot of the communities we work with, an interim solution. So maybe there is a redevelopment plan for the site, but having an entity like a land bank, which again, as Michael mentioned, we use the term land banking to refer to quasi-governmental entities that have some unique powers created by state enabling legislation to repurpose land that has been stuck in the tax or code enforcement process and return that land to productive use. They also can serve as responsible interim owners. So in many of the communities we work with that have significant inventories of vacant land, the land bank may hold some of those lots for a period of time while it identifies long-term or permanent owners to meet community goals, whether that's a park or a gathering space or affordable housing. And in the interim, the land bank will maintain the lot. So they'll be mowing the grass, they'll be cleaning the garbage, and just that benefits communities a ton. So I've highlighted some statistics and data here on this slide. You'll find throughout this presentation, I am a data nerd, but we've seen benefits, for example, in Genesee County, which is where the city of Flint is located. We are founded out of Flint, Michigan, so I'll have a few examples from Flint today. Genesee has a great program. It's called the Clean and Green program. And these are groups of resident volunteers organized by the Genesee County Land Bank Authority that take responsibility for a set of blocks, and they clean and care for all the vacant lots on those blocks. So that includes, again, picking up trash and mowing are kind of the primary tasks that those groups will do. And a study on the impact of this program found that looking at streets where a Clean and Green group was maintaining the lots compared to those where there was no Clean and Green activity, there were 40% fewer assaults and violent crimes. Similarly, a study in Philadelphia found that cleaning lots was associated with a 17 to 30% reduction in gun-related crimes. And a separate study in Philadelphia linked cleaning vacant lots to improvements in health outcomes for nearby residents. In New Orleans, a study found significantly fewer drug-related crimes near remediated or cared for vacant lots compared to uncared for lots. And then a similar study in Youngstown, Ohio found greater reductions in felony assault, robbery, and theft around lots that had been taken care of. So all this to say, again, I just encourage folks to consider simple interventions that can make a real difference while waiting for some of these more lengthy and complicated redevelopment processes to be completed. All right, I promise I am going to get into some of the case studies very soon. I'm going to share several examples of projects that were completed by our partners. As I mentioned at the start of my presentation, Community Progress doesn't do work lot by lot, so we help communities set up their policies, programs, and systems so that they can unlock a whole inventory of lots to repurpose in some of the ways that we're going to share. So all that to say, these are examples that I'm going to share that were completed by our partners and in communities we work with, but we were not directly involved. So I'll be sharing a pretty high-level overview of the individual reuses. So with that in mind, that I'm not going to be going into as much depth around process, I just wanted to share some basic key considerations that we found in working with communities across the country are very important when planning for vacant land reuse. So these considerations include understanding the scale and scope of vacancy. And that includes not just, I'm sorry, I see a note in the chat, 5 minutes. I thought I was going till 6:35. Is that not right?
Sorry about that. We had that noted wrong. My bad. Yes, you have till the bottom of the hour. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. I just wanted to know how quickly to run through the rest of my slides. I'm glad we'll have a little bit more time for the case studies. I would not have done so much level setting. So great. If you all can bear with me a little bit longer, I'll just have a few more slides for you all. But all right, so again, one of the first considerations that we work with communities on a lot is understanding the scale and scope of vacancy. As I said, I'm a huge data nerd, so this is, to me, one of the most important and interesting aspects of addressing vacancy. And lucky for me, I get to work with communities on vacant land inventories as a big part of my job. So a vacant land inventory is more than just it is counting all of the vacant lots in your community, but it's also more than counting all of the vacant lots into your community. So you're also going to take into consideration factors like the condition of the lot. So a lot that's really well maintained and taken care of is going to be easier and faster to build on than one that's been really allowed to fall into disrepair. We're going to take into consideration ownership, who owns the property. So sometimes vacant lots can be publicly owned. It's land that the local government owns that they're not using or that is underutilized for different reasons. And so the path for accessing and reusing a publicly owned lot is going to be really different than if the lot is owned by a private individual. And if the lot is owned by the private individual, then you're going to consider factors like the tax status of the lot and are there outstanding code violations or code liens on the property where the local government has gone in and performed some level of maintenance on the site and billed the property owner. And the reason you're going to be interested in taxes and code liens is because that's going to come back when you're thinking about the property cost. So the cost is going to be not only the assessed value of the land, but if you're looking at a lot that is owned by the private buyer, you need to think about any taxes and liens that are owed on the property as well. So you're going to want to add those values to the base cost of the property when you're thinking about the cost of acquiring the property. And that's going to help you think through the overall costs of your development plan. And then lastly is zoning. So this one's pretty intuitive, but you want to think about how the land is zoned and what kind of uses are allowed, whether commercial or residential, and how that aligns with your plan for the lot. And if you're thinking about reuse for residential, another important consideration is just making sure there's utility access. So things like water and internet. Sometimes communities will have land that's residentially zoned, but the utilities haven't been built out far enough to serve the residents. So you don't want to house people there until it's really equipped for residential use. And the image on this slide is another Flint example for you all. It's the Flint Property Portal, which is a public database that tracks properties in Flint. And this is a great example of a vacant property inventory. I've included a link. I believe folks should get a copy of my slides after the event today. And I encourage you all to visit this website and click around. It includes a lot of the information that I've mentioned. And this is a partnership between the Genesee County Land Bank Authority and the City of Flint. So another example of some of the different roles that the land banks that we work with and that are members of the National Land Bank Network can play in communities. A few additional considerations beyond that inventory include the historical and current context of the land. So answering questions such as how did this land become vacant and why has this land stayed vacant? Obviously, you're not always going to know definitively for each individual property, but as you explore these questions, you'll often find that it surfaces equity considerations. So, for example, a commercial space may have become and remained vacant for decades because of systemic disinvestment in that community. Another consideration is collaboration and identifying who your partners are going to be. I'll talk about this a little bit more when I get into some specific examples, but each of the examples I'm going to share are projects that involve multiple different partners. And so before getting started, it can be helpful to do an environmental scan and understand, is there anybody, any organizations, individuals in the community who are already involved in addressing this lot or are using the lot in some way? Who is most affected by the lot? And who should be engaged in reuse planning? And you also want to identify partners that are going to have some of the other information that you'll need that I've just gone over. And those are often going to be local government agencies. So that data on zoning, on ownership, and on tax status is all going to come from local government partners. And most often local governments will also have some data on property conditions that's collected through their code enforcement office. And then finally, a key consideration is what the community surrounding the vacant land wants. And this is the most important consideration, right? So the folks who are living near a piece of vacant land, what do they want to see happen with that land? And what are their goals, their priorities, their concerns, their needs within that community, and how can the reuse align with those goals. All right, now let's get into some examples. So the examples I'm going to share are intended to showcase just the spectrum of vacant land reuse, which can vary, again, from that kind of basic maintenance, trash cleanup, and mowing that I talked about earlier, to minor development, so creating a pocket park or a skate park, to major redevelopment such as infill housing. So I'll share just a few different examples from communities we've worked with. The first is Terra Firma, which is a 5-year initiative by Emerald South. That's a community-based organization in the south side of Chicago. And the goal of this initiative was to beautify, maintain, and activate over 400 acres of vacant lots. So a little more than trash cleanup and mowing, but pretty light touch. So they're adding, for example, like plants, doing some basic landscaping on the lots, not a significant renovation of any of the lots. And I chose this example in addition to being a great example of a light touch initiative. It's a great example of a place-based initiative. So obviously, Chicago is a very large city. There's vacancy throughout the city. This organization chose to concentrate their efforts just in the mid-south side, so not even the full south side neighborhood. And that is a strategy that a lot of our partners use, where they will focus on a specific area and really concentrate efforts there in order to impact the local economy, the local housing market, the quality of life for residents, and essentially work one block or one neighborhood at a time on revitalization priorities. And in addition to neighborhood beautification, this project has also contributed to economic development for the local community. They have engaged residents, including adults and youth, in redeveloping the lots. And that process has not only provided direct employment, but also important workforce training. So to date, they've served, I believe, about 50 youth and 100 residents, so 150 folks total that received both employment and job training through this program. I do want to acknowledge that this project had a lot of funding behind it. So they raised $50 million in funding from diverse corporate and community partners, including the Chicago Community Trust and Citibank. But they also partnered with other community-based organizations on implementation. So that speaks to kind of that other aspect of partnership that I was talking about earlier, and making sure that the reuse plan is aligned with what the local community wants to see happen. Okay, this example is very cool. During his daily commute, the director of strategic partnerships for an Atlanta-based nonprofit, Soccer in the Streets, noticed underutilized swaths of land and parking lots that were adjacent to subway stations in the city of Atlanta. So Soccer in the Streets was a nonprofit that engages youth in playing soccer, as the name suggests, in the streets. But this gentleman had the idea when he saw that underutilized land that potentially they could create a network of mini soccer fields that were anchored by transit stations, so accessible throughout the city. And that's exactly what they did. So they were able to create the mini soccer fields that are shown here as a space for their youth programming to continue. And this is the first project like this in the world. So it's very unique. Some of the keys of the success of this project, again, you do have high capacity partners at the table. I just want to be transparent. This project had corporate and philanthropic support, and that was an important aspect. But something else that helped with cost here is that the land was publicly owned. So I mentioned earlier, when you're thinking about ownership, it's important to look at whether land is publicly or privately held. And in this case, and in many cases, when you're thinking of a reuse strategy that's for community benefit, there may be an opportunity to acquire land at low or no cost from a public entity to help bring down overall project costs. And in addition to being on public land, which was a critical aspect of the project, the city did provide some direct funding, and they accelerated permitting, which also can help bring down overall costs. And this project is interesting as well because it is linked to other community benefits. So specifically creating that space for physical activity and social connection for youth. I mentioned earlier that not all vacant lots are green, and that's especially true in urban areas like Oakland. So I did want to make sure to include some examples of paved lots being reused in really creative ways. And I've highlighted a few on this slide from the Alley Project, which is an initiative out of Detroit. And the Alley Project does address both green and paved lots. So I've chosen these examples as examples of paved reuse. This program also uses a really interesting community-based participatory approach to design. So they're bringing residents, young people, artists, architects, building owners, and other stakeholders all together to work collectively on reuse planning. So the community is directly engaged in reuse planning for every lot. The image on the left is Studio Luivanos, which is named for a local artist, Mary Luivanos. And as you can, the project includes both affordable artist studio space, as well as space that's been used to host art workshops during nice weather. And the image on the right shows 8869 Avis, which was an empty building and a collection of lots that were transformed into a plaza and market space. And so this is a space where residents are able to connect both artistically and socially. Some other really interesting end uses that I didn't depict on this slide include creating an outdoor classroom during COVID-19 and creating some community gardens. So those were not paved lots, those were green lots, but some other really interesting reuses that came out of this project. And although the uses vary really widely for the Alley Project, a connecting thread with all of these projects is creative placemaking. So the practice of enhancing a neighborhood's quality of life through arts, culture, and intentional community development. And that's something that's underlying each of these projects. All right, my last example for you all, I'm going to take you back to Chicago with me for a moment. Reusing vacant lots can also be part of a broader community development strategy. So I mentioned previously that the other Chicago example I showed, Terra Firma, was very focused on the Mid-South side. It was place-based. Chicago's Department of Planning and Development created a citywide initiative that's their Public Outdoor Plaza program, or POP. And this is part of a broader economic development strategy within the city. And so although the program exists citywide, it still uses that kind of place-based, neighborhood-based approach in the sense that the city awards grants to community-based organizations to transform vacant lots that are located in commercial corridors. And the goal, in addition to creating that public space, which you can see one here, they've taken part of an underutilized parking space and transformed it into that public plaza. But a secondary goal other than community gathering is to drive traffic to surrounding stores and support the commercial corridors in these communities. All right, I just have some additional resources for folks. Again, I believe these slides will be shared with you after the event today. There's a QR code on the left here to access our vacant land resource center, and we've also got some key publications that I've linked on this slide as well, which are just the place that I would recommend to start as you're beginning your vacant land reuse journey. And that's all I have for you. Thank you so much for your time. If there's time, I'm happy to take any questions, but if not, I just appreciate the chance to share space with you all virtually and get to share some of the great work that our community partners are doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nora. So I think we just have a couple of minutes. We could do a couple of questions. If anybody has any questions for Nora, Avery will have our question stack up here. Oh, we have a question from Daphne.
You mentioned the project in Chicago that was a variety of vacant lots had 50 million in funding. What are some ways that Chicago was able to attract such investment, and how would you recommend that Oakland do the same?
That's a great question. So I can't speak specifically to this fundraising strategy of that project. As I mentioned, this is work that communities that we work in and with have done, but not that we were directly involved in. I will say it was actually the organization Emerald South, so the community-based organization that was able to raise those funds. It was not the city. And I think in general, what we have found with our partners to be a really effective strategy is focusing on some of what I shared earlier in my presentation. So the harms of vacant land, the impact that it can have not only on safety, but health and well-being of community members, and some of the promising data on what can happen when this land is unlocked. Another thing that can be effective, and this is more so when you're speaking to local government potential partners about investing in projects, is emphasizing the cost of these parcels to local government. So if owners have walked away and they're not paying taxes, if you can get a look at the data and show how much the government is owed on back taxes, as well as how much they potentially spent on maintenance calls to that lot, that can be a really compelling argument when you're trying to engage a local government in investing some funds towards a project.
All right, thank you, Nora. We have to wrap up and move to the next presenter. So thank you so much for your time, Nora. We appreciate it.
Of course, thank you all so much. I'm gonna step away, but feel free to reach out via email if folks have additional questions. And again, thanks for the opportunity. Great to be with you all.
Thanks a lot. Okay. Jonathan, you want to introduce the next speaker, or is that who's doing? Oh, Michael. Thanks, Justin. Next, we have two presenters, Jacob Binman and Joshua Farr from San Francisco New Deal. They've been working on the San Francisco Vacant to Vibrant program, which is a activation program focused on commercial retail spaces. Welcome, Jacob and Joshua.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to be here today. My name is Jacob Beinman. I'm the co-founder of SF New Deal and our program officer. I'm here with Josh.
My name is Josh. I'm the program manager for Vacant to Vibrant. Really great to be here.
We're a nonprofit based in San Francisco, and we're going to be talking about kind of our work broadly to support small businesses in the city, and specifically through our program called Vacant to Vibrant, which is supporting small businesses downtown. A little bit about SF New Deal, just to start things off. We are a nonprofit that started at the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in March of 2020. Our work really sits at the intersection of small business, local government.
Sorry, quick note. We have simultaneous translation happening into Spanish and Cantonese, so try not to run like rush too much.
And so our programs really work to try to bridge the challenges that small businesses have with the resources that exist in San Francisco and the communities that are present there. Our work exists across San Francisco. We've supported about 2,000 small businesses and dispersed about $60 million, both in direct revenue and grant funding to small businesses. Our vision is really guided by a vision of San Francisco with diverse and thriving small businesses. San Francisco is a really challenging place for small businesses to open and operate, and our programs kind of all work to design solutions that address kind of long-standing challenges that small business owners face. There are three strategic priorities that our team advances. The first is really thinking about activating the ground floor, and we do that both through Vacant to Vibrant and through some other programs that I'll share a bit about. I'm really thinking about the way that we talk about small business and the role that they have in our neighborhood, so thinking about how we treat small businesses as essential. And lastly, about transforming the economics of small businesses. And what we know in San Francisco is that folks that are opening small businesses are not doing it because it's a get rich quick. They do it because they care a lot about their communities, their neighborhoods. It's a pathway to economic betterment for themselves and for their communities, but it's a really challenging landscape to be operating in and a really challenging landscape to get access to the support that is needed. So as an organization kind of advancing this small business agenda, we do this both by serving small businesses directly. So these are programs that give grants and technical assistance to business operators, but also really thinking about neighborhood vibrancy, how the challenges that small business owners face really transcend the scale of their individual storefronts and represent neighborhood scale challenges that need solutions. As kind of we take those two priorities into practice, there's three programmatic areas that we advance. The first is around downtown revitalization, which is where Vacant to Vibrant lives. The second is around our citywide critical response, really thinking about the needs of small businesses across all 11 districts in San Francisco. And the third is an innovation advocacy, really thinking about how we transform the programmatic implementations that our team takes directly and brings those to larger scale solutions that we can work with the city around. In our downtown revitalization portfolio, there's kind of three areas that we've been dedicating support to over the course of the past couple of years. The first is Vacant to Vibrant, which is what we're going to be talking in depth about today. But I wanted to highlight our other efforts because I think a lot of what we do when we talk about these types of solutions in other cities that we're advising is really how you take the resourcing available in a given community and apply it with the highest leverage. So Vacant to Vibrant is a program specifically designed for addressing vacancies in storefronts. It exists alongside Downtown Energy, which is a program designed for existing business owners who are driving nightlife and entertainment to downtown San Francisco, and it exists alongside the Downtown Business Fund, which is a program that we run in partnership with the Downtown Development Corporation, specifically designed at addressing storefronts with really complex build-out that have multi-year timelines associated with them. Vacant to Vibrant was born at the onset, kind of coming out of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2023, as we had a huge exodus of what downtown San Francisco was looking like. And it really was meant to meet this transformational moment where downtown in 2023 was really at this peak doom loop narrative, this belief, which is because we don't have people commuting to downtown San Francisco, because we don't have the same population going into our offices and supporting small businesses, that it would trigger a whole host of challenges for not only downtown San Francisco, but the region more broadly. And at a moment where there's really kind of the beginnings of a much longer term time horizon of planning, the city was leading around the future of downtown San Francisco. And so at this juncture point in 2023, the experience of being in downtown San Francisco was quite bleak. There was a really high volume of ground floor vacancy, kind of upwards of 40 to 50% in some of our key corridors. And we had a number of strategies around how San Francisco in 2050 and 2070 would be experienced. And we had very few tools to think about how we would bridge from the San Francisco we were experiencing into the San Francisco that we were building towards. And so Vacant to Vibrant was born to be this bridge, to be an opportunity to take kind of the vision of the future and to transform it into a programmatic intervention that we could implement at that point in time. I'm going to pass it to Josh to talk a little bit about what this program looks like in practice.
Thanks, Jacob. All right. So our program is a public and private partnership between ourselves at SF New Deal and the City of San Francisco's Office of Economic and Workforce Development. We are really focused on not just looking at how to fill vacancies, but also how do we make sure that downtown continues to feel kind of the spirit of what I like to call San Francisco, which is a focus on the cultural and economic vitality that's there. When we break that down, the types of businesses that end up opening through our program fit into art, retail, food and beverage, nightlife and entertainment. So that's cafes, that's art galleries, that's clothing stores. It's kind of like the full gamut of what used to drive us to hop on the bridge, cross over to the city to come experience something, to go find that new favorite dress or find that new favorite cafe. As we look at how this program works, one of the biggest things for us is the incentive structure. Simply going to a landlord and saying, hey, we want to pop up a business and it's a really great business sometimes is not enough. And so we let the landlord know that as SF New Deal, we are here kind of filling that space of the trusted partner, if you will. Some of the incentives and the way it breaks down for our businesses, they're going to get a grant up to $10,000. They're not paying any rent during the course of that pop-up. We are supporting them with insurance. So if they have an existing business and there's an insurance policy on that, we will support them to make sure that the new premium is not something that's going to be prohibitive for their participation. We're looking at permitting fees. We're supporting them through their marketing efforts, utilities, but most importantly are these kind of last three here. we operate as the master tenant for the space. So the property is interacting with us direct first as the master tenant. Because of this process, it doesn't require the business to do a personal guarantee, which is something that can be really prohibitive for them to enter into the landscape. And also, we're providing them finally with a tenant improvement reimbursement. All of this is in the effort to make sure that when the business is entering into this space, it kind of continues to embody that spirit of, you know, entering into the downtown landscape to experiment and explore if your business is right for that without having to feel the pressure or the tension of, you know, this business has to survive down here now because I've taken out all of these loans, or I'm now a personal guarantor for this space. One of the most important parts to us is not just kind of the operational aspects that I just listed, but also how we share the story of not only what we're doing, but what our businesses are doing. We do this through what we call program level marketing, which is the way I explain it to our businesses usually is we're supporting our businesses through the lens of the program that we're managing. This is what allows us really to continue to build our name and notoriety and credibility to the prospective landlords or future funders for our program. But then also when we enter into the business level marketing, we do a really great job and really focused job on making sure that we're pointing people to the source of the program, which are the small businesses. So if they have something going on, or if maybe they're running a special, or there's an opportunity for us to share a story about the impact of them coming back downtown, these are things that we really try to focus on, because these types of stories, especially when someone is connecting to the person behind the brand, is what can really help to ensure that long-term success for them. Another huge part of our program is what I mentioned earlier when it comes to just the lease signing, city compliance, and insurance. One of the biggest barriers is usually just getting to that point of either finding out what the lease is, trying to get a signed LOI in some cases. LOI is simply that letter that says, hey, we agree we're going to sign up, you know, you can rent this space, and here are the terms we're thinking about. On our end, one of the things that we've done to try to alleviate this is we have a really strong relationship with our city partners. So once we learn of a location, kind of the process that happens on our end is we're constantly looking, we're going out into the field, we're walking through downtown, looking for any potential vacancies that are out there. We'll engage that property and say, hey, this is who we are, this is our program, and we're interested in potentially doing a pop-up. Can we come tour the location? We'll tour it, we'll take pictures, and then we share that information with our city partners in the permitting office, just to get an idea to see if there's anything that maybe was undone, or there's any potential previous tenant debt in the permitting section, so that the business is coming into there and they're not inheriting this unknown. We also have standardized the leasing structure. So what that really means is we have what we call our short form lease template. This allows us to ensure that the things we want to make sure align, or the aspects that align with our program when it comes to leasing a space are known by the landlord. More often than not, our landlords will take that form, maybe they'll do a red line on it, but it really allows for them to understand really clearly what our focus is, and also allows us to move very efficiently when we're not having to go through an existing landlord's template. Finally, one of the things that we start off with before we even get to a moment where they're getting their keys is ensuring that ensuring their insurance is in place. This is really important to our the property owners that we're working with, and also to just our credibility. Everything that we're doing on our side is to make sure that the business is set up in the best way to be able to move forward. And if they are interested in a long-term opportunity in that space, they have an established relationship with that property. I'll pass back to you, Jacob.
Thanks, Josh. When we launched Vacant to Vibrant in 2023, it was really designed to meet kind of a critical moment for small businesses as they were thinking about downtown. And that program structure allowed small businesses to sign leases of up to 6 months under this pop-up structure. And so that would be under the model where SF New Deal serves as this primary tenant, and we're financially supporting and operationally supporting both that landlord and small business and participating in that program. We launched that program as an open call, and we had over 2,000 people apply to run pop-ups. So we had a really strong ecosystem of entrepreneurship in San Francisco wanting to support that model. And we really used that to say, great, how can we start building this pipeline of small businesses to drive both the economic and cultural resurgence of downtown San Francisco. The interest in the program, the success of Vacant to Vibrant in its initial form has now grown into many kind of simultaneous program tracks that meet distinct needs in the downtown leasing landscape. And so Vacant to Vibrant has opened about 40 storefronts downtown. Of those 40 storefronts, about 50% have signed long-term leases. So those are folks who exit the 6-month lease and sign a direct deal with the landlord. In the context of that program, we've created an offshoot called Pop-Up to Permanent, which is a privately funded spin-off that supports that business owner over the next 3 years of tenancy in that space with both supplemental grant funding and with technical assistance on an ongoing basis. As you experience downtown San Francisco and the vacancy that's present there as kind of an individual walking around, it might feel very similar, but the underlying economics of those spaces are quite different. And so Vacant to Vibrant launched with a focus in the financial district, where almost all of our ground floor vacancy is really, from an economic standpoint, an amenity to the office. So think about a Starbucks in an office building that historically the model of that building has really been the revenue that's generated from office tenants. It is not the revenue that's generated from the Starbucks, which is very different than a vacancy in Union Square, which might represent 50 or 100,000 square feet of vacant retail space, where that retail space is the driver of the revenue for that building. And so when you have different landlords that have different economic underpinnings of their vacancies, it means that there's a different need to be responsive to how to make the program attractive. And so we launched a spin-off of the program called Vacant to Vibrant Union Square, which was specifically designed to address vacancies where there is a higher economic dependence on that vacancy for the landlord. And we introduced percentage-based structures to enable those landlords to participate in the program. We're currently kind of evolving into another direction, really focused on making it possible for small businesses to enter into those types of floor plates. So most of the small businesses that we work with that are opening in our program either are an existing business operator elsewhere in the Bay Area, or they've done pop-ups for an extended period of time, and this represents their first brick and mortar. But most of those tenants have previously activated anywhere between 1,000 and 5,000 square feet. And many of the vacancies that we're really prioritizing in downtown San Francisco today range between 20 and 50,000 square feet. So these are previous Walgreens or CVS's or large-scale retail stores. And as we think about the needs that small businesses have to be in that space, a lot of it comes down to making it possible to share space productively. And so through this marketplace model, we were taking multiple tenants simultaneously and stewarding their tenancy in that space. So think about an art gallery sharing space with a coffee shop, sharing space with an event curator. And so to manage that model, there's a much more hands-on approach that our team takes to be active and present in that space. And lastly is the Downtown Business Fund, which launched earlier this year in March, really thinking about how we tackle the complicated spaces that go beyond what Vacant to Vibrant has touched to date. Mostly in Vacant to Vibrant, we were going into spaces that were previously occupied with the use that we're filling. So this is a cafe that has closed and we're putting in a new cafe. Or this is an art gallery that has closed and we're putting in a retail store. Kind of the same use type of activation, which is very different than going into a space that has no plumbing and no electrical and no ceiling and saying, I want to put a restaurant in here. And so the Downtown Business Fund has introduced a meaningful scale of private investment into these storefronts, up to $500,000 per storefront, that really is dedicated towards long-term tenants that are stewarding the next chapter for downtown. And so our hope across these 5 program tracks as they exist today is that there's a really varied way for small businesses, artists, and cultural organizations to be a part of the next chapter for the city. A lot of what our team does is focus on the mechanics of making this possible. And so we are a direct program operator. We are working directly with the city as a contract manager. We work directly with small business. We work directly with these insurance providers and with the permitting agencies and with the landlords and the brokers to bring each of these projects to fruition. And a lot of what we're finding in the program is that it's giving folks a chance to try something new. In a high cost of living city like San Francisco, it's really challenging to take a risk. Prior to the pandemic, almost any small business that wanted to be downtown was signing a 5, 10, or 15-year lease on the landlord's terms. These leases were personally guaranteed, meaning if they could not pay rent, that individual is personally guaranteeing the rent, which means if they're declaring bankruptcy, for example, on the business, that business owner is declaring personal bankruptcy. And this is really not a landscape that has made it an attractive environment for small businesses to open and operate. And so a driving thesis for us really is that if we want small businesses to be able to create the types of economic and cultural value that they provide, we have to make it possible for them to fail and to be able to walk away. So certainly we want to support their success, and we're really happy about the 50% that choose to sign long-term leases, but we're equally happy about the 50% that run their pop-up and say, actually, this isn't the right pathway for me. I'm better positioned for a wholesale model, or I'm better positioned for a direct-to-consumer model, whatever it is. And our team then supports those individuals in going from that retail storefront to that next chapter as well. And so I flagged that mostly to say Vacant to Vibrant exists in an ecosystem of small business support programs. We don't believe that pop-ups solve all the challenges that we have downtown. They kind of are designed for a very specific use case that we're working to confront. And these are the 5 things that we often talk to other cities about as they think about designing programs of the sort. The first is to start with a really narrow focus. If the answer is that you want pop-ups to be attractive to small businesses across the city, really focus on that incentive structure to drive that. I think a place that many cities struggle is to say, how can we have pop-ups both solve small business challenges and solve housing challenges and solve arts and culture diversification challenges we want downtown? And really it has taken us 3 years to get the program to a scale where we're starting to introduce other variables. So I think start simple is the right thing to do. The second is to solve easy problems first. So for us, that meant take the coffee shop that you just need a business owner in and put a coffee shop in there. Don't try to start tackling things like change of use or mechanical or electrical systems. Those are solvable, but they're complicated. And so if you can get some wins early, would always encourage that. The third is design programs that meet partners where they're at. Almost every space that we've activated through Vacant and Vibrant is privately held, and almost all of the vacancy in downtown San Francisco is privately held, with a very small volume which is owned by the city of San Francisco through the public parking garages. In our experience, going to a landlord and saying, hey, we're really excited about putting a pop-up in this space, here's how you as the landlord can show up for the community, doesn't get very far, right? Many of the landlords have become landlords because they're excited about the landlord part of the stuff, not because they're excited about the community engagement programs. And so a lot of what we do is go to landlords and say, we just want you to show up as a landlord. We want you to sign a lease with us as opposed to signing with a different tenant. And here's how we're going to build the incentive in place for you to do that. The fourth is just to be really iterative in response to the feedback that you hear. It's why this program model has had 4 other offshoots. It's just direct response from the landlords and tenants that we work with. And the fifth is that telling a story is just a really key part of doing this work. As we think about the future of downtown San Francisco, certainly it's the operators themselves that are driving the reality of what's changing on the ground, but it's also really important to be including communities across San Francisco and beyond in a part of that. And so a lot of the marketing and outreach we do is to really highlight these individual small businesses and what they're doing, but to also really drive this larger transformation that we want to see downtown and the types of continued investment that we want to see. I think we'll pause there and take some questions.
Share the mic. Thank you very much. Any questions for these presenters? Go ahead, David.
Hi. Of the 50% that succeed and then the 50% that don't, do you search out for new pop-ups utilizing that space that they didn't? I mean, is that a continual relationship with the landlord that you can keep going? Or do they say, okay, no, I don't want to do that anymore?
It's been variable. We certainly have cases where we have used the same site for multiple pop-ups. That said, a tenant who exited a space because of challenges with that location. So for example, if a vacancy was tied to a building that's undergoing construction, and that construction meant there was a lot of scaffolding in front of the building,
right,
we're not going to put a new tenant into that space. So our lease structure designed with the landlord accommodates that type of use, but the program model also is kind of on a case-by-case basis with the individual landlords. So it's happened, but it's not the default. It depends on the nature of that vacancy.
Go ahead, Priya.
Hi. What is the participation criteria? So what does a business have to bring to you to be able to get your services?
Absolutely. We generally are looking for businesses that have experience managing either a brick and mortar. That's And it's really coming out of like your experience working in a neighborhood will be different than the transactional experience sometimes that happens in downtown. So we have found that businesses that have at least like a year or so within a brick and mortar, or businesses that have had a lot of success doing multiple pop-ups or festivals or things of that nature kind of prepares them for understanding how to scale and like operate within the downtown scope. So.
One thing I would add is that we try to be really active in not being an arbiter of who gets to be downtown. And so folks that are applying to our program are going through an evaluation process where our team wants to make sure that if they're operating downtown, they're going to be set up for success. So we're thinking about their operational background and experience and staffing plan. The actual way that the decision happens is both through an advisory committee. So these are members of the community that are also reading and reviewing applications, and the individual landlord. So for each space that we're active in, we present that landlord with 3 options, and they make the final determination of who's going to be in that space. And so our team is not trying to over-index on, we love this coffee shop, we want this coffee shop to be here, so much as we think this coffee shop could be an effective operator. How can we put them in the position to have that opportunity?
Go ahead, Adam.
You said you're the master tenant. How are you guys funded to pay the landlord? You said private. Was it private investment?
Yep, so there isn't any rent that is paid to the landlord in the context of this program in the vacant to vibrant model that we've mostly gone over, which is to say the landlords are contributing their space for free. In the context of what happens in commercial leasing right now, that itself isn't so radical. Most folks signing 5 or 10-year leases are already negotiating a rent abatement term on that. And so what we say is give us the 6-month free upfront and then think about a long-term lease as opposed to sign a 5-year lease and then negotiate the 6-month in it. There are a couple of versions of the permutations of the program where there's a percentage rent that is guaranteed by the program, but a pass-through for the small business. So they're paying, for example, 10% of their sales to the landlord with a minimum that the program covers if the business doesn't hit it. That is funded about 50% through the city of San Francisco and about 50% through corporate and philanthropic sponsors.
So what's the incentive for a landlord to then give you guys the space for 6 months free?
When the program launched, there was no one else interested in signing leases in downtown San Francisco. So there was no other demand for these spaces. A lot of the way that commercial leasing has worked downtown is we have kind of a relatively few number of brokers that are incentivized to get high-paying rent deals in spaces, so typically from a national and multinational corporation. These tenants were not interested in San Francisco in 2023, and so the brokers were not going to the landlords and saying, here's who's going to sign. Running this open call and having 2,000 people apply, we then went to the landlords and said, hey, your broker said no one's interested. We have folks who are prepared to sign leases.
And I do have to apologize. We're only taking questions from delegates, but we will make some time after this period that you could meet with them, if that's okay. Oh, we're only taking questions from delegates right now, and we got another 3 minutes, I think, just for the delegates. Oh, Stephanie. Daphne, thank you.
How did you secure your corporate funding?
So the program launched just with city funding. It was a request for proposal that the city put out in December of 2022 that we won. And when we launched the program, there was no corporate or philanthropic support, and the program was not launched with the belief. And so as we were operating the first wave of pop-ups, what we found was there actually was more of an appetite from that than we were expecting. So of the 9 storefronts that opened in October of 2023, 7 of those had interest in signing long-term leases. And so our team was not positioned to actually do that direct support to those small businesses. So at that point, we approached a number of corporate and philanthropic sponsors with a proposal related to that chapter of the program. And the pitch to those corporate and philanthropic partners was to really steward one of these offshoots. And so a lot of that kind of pitching was just going out widely and approaching a lot of different entities that had an interest in downtown. Where we found the most success was with corporate and philanthropic sponsors that had a physical presence in downtown San Francisco. So these are employers like Wells Fargo or JP Morgan Chase or Visa, kind of employers that were actively working on bettering the neighborhood to attract their employees to come to downtown San Francisco. And our pitch to those corporate and philanthropic sponsors was, hey, supporting this program is a way to make sure that your employees are able to experience a version of downtown San Francisco with active and engaged commercial corridors.
About another 2 minutes for questions from delegates, another 2 minutes. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Is that David?
This program sounds uniquely designed for San Francisco in its space and, you know, its urban density. Is this something that we in Oakland could utilize, and how would one go about doing that?
There's certainly a lot in this program that we have tried to make attuned to San Francisco and the small business landscape that is present there. But I'll flag that this is one of about 50 programs that exists across the US that's doing some version of vacancy strategies plus art, culture, small business, things of the sort. And so a lot of it was based off a similar program in Seattle called Seattle Restored, which launched kind of post the 2008 economic crisis. Our team's been involved in conversations with Oakland over the course of the past year around designing similar programs here. So certainly there's an appetite and interest in launching similar models here. I think a lot of the distinctions around the way you curate and bring landlords and brokers and community benefit districts and business improvement districts and City Hall to the table, like, do need to be refined in the context of Oakland. But I think, like San Francisco, there's a very vibrant cultural, small business, artist community in Oakland that I think is looking for space. And I think designing the incentive structure could meet similar success here as it does in San Francisco.
Seth?
I have a question and a request. Primarily, is it possible to get a copy of those slides as well as some links to additional resources that we can overview later?
Happy to share, yes.
And secondly, does this mean that you guys, or basically here, to open up an Oakland branch of your organization?
Our team only operates directly in San Francisco, so our programs are kind of bound to the city map. Our team is actively engaged in conversations with many cities, including with Oakland, to think about how we leverage the lessons of our programs, inclusive of Vacant to Vibrant, but also other programs to operate elsewhere. So we won't operate beyond San Francisco, but we're very happy to be advising groups. We've spoken to the mayor's office in Oakland. We've spoken to a number of community benefit groups in Oakland. We've spoken to small businesses about how they can be running similar models here.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, everyone. We're in the home stretch. Just two more little things. The first, a get up and walk around kind of thing, which is coming at just the right time, I'm guessing. There's a bunch of words on the screen. I'm going to explain what's about to happen. You may have seen a lot of activity over here on the wall as you've been talking and listening, and your moderators and process advisors have been doing some work over there. There's 2 rows of information over here. The top row, now we were looking at the information requests and the questions and made some adjustments to, can everybody hear all right? Are we all good with this? Okay, fantastic. So the top row is organized as names and organizations and types of people. The bottom row is questions and sort of topics. Now, you'll see a few of your suggestions in the top row, but most of them up there are pre-populated from suggestions from the steering committee. And you'll see on those a little yellow dot. Those are folks who have been here already. They might have been in a different group, but they've been here yesterday or today, a little yellow dot. The other ones have never been here, but were suggested by somebody. On that top row, please don't move us.
Just in regard to the people who haven't been here yet, you were handed presenter bios just about an hour ago, and that has information about the people who are on the wall who you haven't heard from yet, but if you want a little bit of background about who they are and what they can speak to, that's where you look.
Okay, that's great. That's great news. And let us know if you don't have that page or are looking for anything. So please do not move the top row, because otherwise this will get really confusing. It's already going to be a little complicated. Please do not move the top row, but please do add any requests, additional names that may have come up that you didn't get to put on a sticky note yet to that top row, and also vote. I think you've all had the markers handed out to you. They have a little stamp on them. So the way to use these is to just give it a stamp like that, and give it a good hard stamp so it leaves your symbol on there. And vote on the little green paper right below the item if you think that's an important person to hear from again. Please only vote once, only put one vote on each person that you think is important to hear from again. And please not on the wall, Grace requests, because we will have to figure out how to wash it off, and that, please, not on the wall. That's a great request. Okay, so feel free to add people, and please vote on the ones that you think are important to hear from next weekend. That could be folks that have already been here or not. Yes, thank you. And Avery's pointed out, if you want to add additional folks, there are sticky notes all along the wall there, but please bring your pens with you. There's also tape down there in case the sticky notes fall down. Okay, the bottom row is questions and topics, and it's all mixed up. There's no rhyme or reason to the bottom row at all. So feel free to add more things down there if you want, questions or topics. Feel free to put a vote on those things if you think there's something really important down there. And also, maybe most importantly, please move those, take them up, and put them near a person or organization that might be able to answer them if you have an idea, because that'll help us, staff, and the steering committee figure out how to get those questions answered. Does that? Yep, one more thing from Lauren.
I just want to emphasize that last part and why it's important. A lot of times we'll get a request for a topic, like choosing something very random, skincare. Skincare could be a bunch of different things. I don't do a lot of skincare, and so it helps us to know who to talk to and what organization to look at. And so that's why we're asking, you can move these sticky notes under the people who can address them. That way we can really get specific about who can give you the information that you are requesting.
Perfect. So to summarize, please do not move the top row. Feel free to move the bottom row around. In fact, please do. Feel free to vote on everything, and feel free to add everywhere. Any questions? How long is a great question. This will be about 13 minutes. That's not a lot. And I think, in fact, as I say that, I think we may need to switch in fact, I think we do need to switch the order here, because there is no way that that's going to happen. So let's do announcements for the end of the day first, Grace, and I think let's do your speech as well, and then you can spend as much time as you need to there and leave out the door at your own pace. I think that's the only way this is going to work. So Grace first.
Thank you, everyone, for being here. Just a couple little announcements. If you need childcare, elder care, or transportation reimbursement, I have forms at my desk that I can give you, and give me that request. If a couple people have asked me when stipends would be mailed out or when reimbursements would be mailed out, they will be mailed out within about a week of today. So it probably will arrive just after the Labor Day weekend, sometime in there. The first week of September is when the check will arrive in the mail. If your mailing address is at all different from what you put on your form when you filled out your response form, I need to know that so I can mail you a check. Make sure to get me that information. Also, there's a lot of leftover Thai food and there's fruit from our meals today. So if anybody would like to bring food home, please help yourselves. There's not a lot of containers to take it home in, but we'd love to have you help us find good homes for that food. And thank you all for being here. If for any reason something comes up and it looks like you are not going to be able to make it to the September weekend, please be in touch with us and let us know what's happening so we can figure out a plan. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much. Was reminded I misspoke. We're not coming back next weekend. It's September 12th and 13th. September 12th and 13th. Same time, same location. Micah has an announcement.
Super quickly, you may be wondering, what are these cards on the table in front of me with this QR code? We have a website. The website is oaklandcivicassembly.org, and on that website, we're asking anybody in Oakland to go on to a map that we have on that website and click on a particular space that they know that's a empty storefront or vacant lot or what have you, and give us their vision for what they would like to see in this, in their neighborhood. So no pressure. Everyone in Oakland is paying attention to this and counting on you to succeed. But if you want to share the QR code so people can go on oaklandcivicassembly.org and do that, these are your cards for doing so. Angela.
Thank you. Thank you all for being here. I wanted to take a moment and go back to the Montgomery bus boycott, because as I've been to all of the World Cafes and listened to everything, you may be feeling some of what I'm feeling, which is this is a really tough job that we've taken on. It's really overwhelming in terms of the information, and a lot of what we're up against has been in place for a very long time. So I just wanted to give you a little more information about the bus boycott, just so you'll keep that in. As I told the story yesterday, I talked about Rosa Parks sitting down on December 1st, 1955, and on December 6th, 1955,